Chapter 126, The Three Countries Counterattack. Ma Ji-chang's face was filled with despair as the array disc in his hands exploded. A red light emanated from his hands as countless fragments pierced into his palms. However, he no longer had the time to register the pain or lament the loss of his array disc. Murong Lin had appeared before him, and his outstretched hand wiped away Ma Ji-chang's soul before stowing away his lifeless body. Ma Ji-chang, who had been capable of contending with an 8th-layer sky-reaching realm blood bat locust, couldn't even withstand a single strike from Murong Lin's blade. This was Murong Lin's self-confidence. He placed the corpses of Ma Ji-chang and Zhang Wenyuan together and then turned to gaze at the army they had commanded. At this point, the soldiers had been decimated by the half Murong Lin's blood bat locust swarm. The few remaining survivors were mostly fleeing in all directions. A faint smile curled on Murong Lin's lips as he entered the fray, targeting the soldiers who were still resisting. With his cultivation at the peak of the sky-reaching realm and every technique he unleashed at the lower earth grade, the soldiers facing Murong Lin could neither stop him nor withstand his attacks. He worked in perfect coordination with the blood bat locusts, systematically slaughtering every soldier in his path. After the locusts devoured the rations and resources strewn about, they carried the corpses of the soldiers back to Chu's border, once again striking fear and panic into the hearts of the public. By now, Chu's borders were teeming with Qingyi Tower's men, disguised as ordinary citizens, sowing discord and fomenting rebellions. Those who had once feared the soldiers now faced only the brocade-clad soldiers, whom they could resist. On the other three sides, the armies of Yan, Qi, and Pu were gathering once more as they advanced toward Chu's borders. The ambitious Pu clans, who had long lost their imperial family, were mobilizing their forces, ready to establish a new Pu dynasty. Upon realizing that Chu Zi had sent most of his army into the demonic beast forest, all three countries also led their own forces toward Chu. These armies fought their way to Chu's capital, knowing that Yan would deal with the sky-reaching realm experts located there. By this time, the people of Yan had received Murong Lin's letter. Luzi Jing, who oversees the capital, has been defeated by me. Now, the capital is empty, and all of you can commence your attack. Murong Jiao was left in awe as he gazed at Murong Lin's letter. If my memory serves me right, Luzi Jing should have reached the 6th layer of the sky-reaching realm. Such a formidable expert is a rarity across all three of our nations, yet he was effortlessly defeated by Nai Wusheng. Beside him, the great ancestor of the Wang clan sighed with admiration before proclaiming, even in the face of Ning Weiwu's rebellion, Yan remains the mightiest of nations. Now, with Chu's treacherous violation of the alliance's rules and their attack on us, we can maintain the integrity of the alliance while we dismantle Chu and seize our rightful gains. With our combined strength and Nai Wusheng's illustrious reputation, we can lay claim to at least half of Chu's territory. Murong Jiao's eyes blazed with a similar determination as he nodded, let us proceed immediately. We shall march on to the capital. It appears that even the general populace is dissatisfied with Chu Zi. During our journey here, we sensed their discontent, and we can exploit this opportunity to seize the capital. Chaos had already gripped Chu. As the 50% of blood bat locusts released by Murong ran rampant within Chu's borders, Chu Zi had decided to conscript troops for an assault on the demonic beast forest. Rebellions erupted from all directions, fueled by the Qingyi Tower's manipulation of public sentiment against Chu Zi. Even the factions harmed by Chu Zi's reforms, led by the aristocratic families, rebelled one after another. Furthermore, the three nations that Chu had oppressed were now openly displaying their resentment and aggression, invading Chu's territory. Pu, in particular, harbored the deepest grudge, considering the ruin of their nation and the annihilation of their royal lineage. To quell the public's fury in Pu, influential factions had united their strength to confront Chu head-on. Just at this moment, Luzi Jing, who ruled from the heart of the capital, inexplicably vanished from his study, his presence disappearing into thin air. Witnessing this inexplicable turn of events, Mr. Huang of the Ridge Fur Alliance chose to depart with an utterance, you all have brought this upon yourselves. As a result, the meticulously constructed system of order and governance that Chu Ziyi had painstakingly established crumbled instantaneously under the united assault of the three nations. Chu Ziyi had indeed prepared for various contingencies, but he had never anticipated an anomaly like Murong Linear n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Murong Lin had orchestrated the profound conflict between Chu and the demonic beast forest, biding his time until the Chu army ventured into the forest before launching a ruthless ambush. Now, the capital had been torn asunder, divided among the three nations as a flood of refugees streamed into its once prosperous streets. Their homelands had first fallen victim to the onslaught of the bloodbat locust swarm, then endured the havoc unleashed by the rampaging demonic beasts, and finally succumbed to the occupation by the three nations. Just a month earlier, they had enjoyed comfortable lives, tending to the lands they cultivated and relishing in contentment. But now, everything lay in ruin, all due to Chu Ziyi's unbridled ambition. If not for Chu Ziyi, the deep-seated animosity between them and the three nations would never have festered to such proportions. If not for Chu Ziyi, they would not have been subjected to the vengeful onslaught of the demonic beast forest or the relentless torment inflicted by the bloodbat locusts blotting out the sky. If not for Chu Ziyi, they would have thrived under the guidance of their new ruler, fortifying and advancing the strength of their nation. There were those who had initially admired Chu Ziyi's heroic spirit, but now, they found themselves enduring the hidden persecution of the brocade-clad soldiers and Chu Ziyi's false promises of equality for all. Chu Ziyi's principles were not flawed, but his overconfidence and impatience had led him astray. He had unwaveringly believed in his own knowledge and the assistance of his system, harboring the belief that he could rise as an emperor capable of unifying the world's nations. He had impatiently attempted to apply his knowledge from a previous life to institute political reforms and improve the people's lives, instigating sweeping changes in the bureaucracy. These rapid transformations had, however, generated both internal and external turmoil for Chu. Within the nation, the abrupt shifts occurred too swiftly for the populace to adapt to. Chu Ziyi had believed he could implement policies that had taken centuries to develop in his previous world overnight in this one, but it was evident to others that such a feat was unattainable. Beyond the nation's borders, Chu's transformations and the sudden influx of foreign officials and generals had incited alarm in neighboring countries. Chu Ziyi's rapid expansion into their territories, coupled with his audacious assault on the demonic beast forest, had instantaneously provoked the ire of the three nations and the Ridge Fur Alliance. Chu's current stability rested entirely on the shoulders of the loyal generals at Chu Ziyi's side. Without them, the nation would have crumbled long ago. At present, Chu Ziyi sat in a tent, immersed in the ambience of the military with a relaxed expression. By his side, Guan Yunchang and Li Wenyu scrutinized a sand table depicting the territory of the demonic beast forest with grave expressions. Suddenly, urgent footsteps reverberated from outside, and a man rushed into the tent with a pallid complexion. "Your Majesty! Generals! Something dreadful has occurred. The convoy transporting our rations and supplies was ambushed, and both generals have perished in the battle." The occupants of the tent were momentarily stunned, their expressions swiftly contorting with alarm. Chu Ziyi erupted with anger, his eyes ablaze. "Your Lying-1. We've been keeping a vigilant eye on the demonic beasts of the demonic beast forest this entire time, waiting for the arrival of those essential supplies before launching our assault. How could demonic beasts possibly ambush and kill Wenyu and Ng Chang? Moreover, we have the tiger and leopard cavalry." Li Wenyu's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily performed a divination gesture, his face draining of color. The messenger knelt on the ground, trembling as he explained, "No, it wasn't the demonic beasts. It's those locusts. The same locusts that plagued Chu have reappeared in the demonic beast forest. The survivors claim that there was an individual who could control these locusts, and he's the one responsible for killing the two generals." Chu Ziyi's expression wavered. He had neglected the system's notifications earlier, only now realizing that not only had Zhang Wenyuan and Ma Ji Chang met their demise, but even Lu Zijing, who remained in the capital, the captain of the brocade-clad soldiers had lost their lives. It meant that all of them had been killed. Chu Ziyi's figure swayed for a moment before collapsing to the ground, saved from a harsh fall by the swift reactions of Guan Yunchang. Meanwhile, Li Wenyu gazed at the hexagram in his hand, his smile bitter. We are doomed, everything is collapsing around us. The three nations are launching a counter-offensive, and the fate of the capital is sealed. Chapter 127, Li Wenyu's Poisonous Plan. Chu Ziyi's complexion darkened as he regained his footing, striding towards the messenger with a piercing gaze. He thundered, "Who is responsible? Who has severed our supply lines?" His emotions roiled with a mixture of rage and apprehension. Even though he had always believed himself to be the destined protagonist, he had never anticipated such harrowing trials. Since obtaining the system, he had navigated every challenge with unwavering confidence. He had quelled the imperial court, solidified control over the capital, and achieved absolute dominance over the entire nation, setting his sights on the conquest of the neighboring three countries. In his mind, there had been no one capable of matching his prowess in all cardinal directions north, south, east, and west. Now, however, an inexplicable sense of dread gripped him. He frantically interrogated his system, but it provided no information, nor did it issue any new missions. The sense of foreboding had begun a month earlier, with the onslaught of the bloodbat locusts. Subsequent unexpected events had compounded his unease, culminating in the loss of his most formidable subordinate, Lu Fengxian. Chu Ziyi held a firm conviction that a hidden and influential force was orchestrating schemes against him from the shadows. However, he had never fathomed that the source of this threat would be human. Initially, he had presumed that Lu Fengxian had met his end at the claws of the rumored ancestor of the demonic beast forest. Witnessing his lord's dazed expression and sensing the stirring of his heart demon, Li Wenyu swiftly rose to his feet to implore him, "Lord, please, you must quell your anger. How can I possibly remain calm in such dire circumstances?" Chu Ziyi bellowed, unleashing his sky-reaching realm aura in a torrent that set the tense fabric swaying. His expression was marked by fury, and his face flushed with indignation. The messenger's face drained of color as he stammered, "Your Majesty, I shall take my leave." Without further ado, he hastily scrambled out of the tent. Guan Yunchang, witnessing this, promptly swung his blade at the messenger, rendering him unconscious. He then stroked his beard, his voice grave as he addressed his sovereign, "Your Majesty, it is paramount that we first restore the morale of our troops. Otherwise, when the demonic beasts close in around us, our chances of emerging unscathed will be slim." Li Wenyu quickly agreed, "Indeed, Your Majesty, a strategic withdrawal is our best course of action." More than just advocating for a retreat, he was eager to understand the rationale behind Chu Ziyi's decision to call off the advancement into the three countries and instead launch an attack on the demonic beast forest. It was this decision that prompted the swift counterattacks from the three nations' armies. Chu Ziyi nodded slowly, his previously menacing expression gradually fading. Yet, a cruel determination soon overcame him as he turned to Li Wenyu. "How do we retreat? You tell me." Li Wenyu stroked his chin and cast a calculating gaze at the lush vegetation outside the tent. His face, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, bore a foreboding aura. "Why not consider using fire?" He swiftly outlined his plan to Chu Ziyi, eliciting a slight furrow of Guan Yunchang's brow as he glanced at his lord. Chu Ziyi hesitated for a moment. However, a simmering resentment lingering in his heart ultimately tipped the balance. He nodded decisively. "Very well, we shall proceed with your plan." Before long, the soldiers within the demonic beast forest began to mobilize, prompting the wary gaze of the nearby demonic beast scouts. The beasts watched the humans closely, fearing a sudden attack. Hidden amidst the mountainous terrain, Mountain Pig's eyes burned with intense resentment as he observed the bustling human soldiers below. A group of demonic beasts at the sky-reaching realm trailed behind him, their expressions shifting slightly as they, too, fixated on the activity within the camp. "Mountain Pig, what should we do? Should we launch an attack?" one of the demonic beasts inquired. Although they had no previous grievances with humans, recent events had sown fresh enmity between them. Their elder brother, Purple Wolf, had perished at human hands, and their ancestor was currently missing and likely harmed. Coupled with the loss of their brethren at the hands of Chu's hunters in recent days, their resentment had grown exponentially. Their eyes were filled with venom, so potent it seemed capable of piercing the humans with just a glance. Mountain Pig shook his head with deliberation. "Not yet. The time is not ripe." He understood that with his current strength, he could harm the Chu soldiers but not the sky-reaching realm experts among them. He bided his time, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. The human soldiers continued to move about within the camp, each carrying something in their hands. Several of them ventured into the forest, clutching mysterious objects to their chests. With over 100,000 individuals working in unison, the sheer scale of their activity was formidable, and now, tens of thousands of soldiers were beginning to disperse. In front of them, a portion of the vanguard was still embroiled in combat with a group of demonic beasts. Upon receiving Chu Ziyi's message, Ma Mengqi and Pang Shiyuan exchanged troubled glances. Pang Shiyuan, who was still indulging in alcohol, spoke with slurred words. "I never thought this would hit His Majesty so hard that he'd resort to such a tactic." Ma Mengqi examined Chu Ziyi's message with a furrowed brow and replied, "Indeed, it's difficult to accept. However, this is a direct order from His Majesty, and we must follow it." As he contemplated the situation, Li Wenyu briefly crossed Ma Mengqi's mind, and he suspected that this plan was likely proposed by this man. He stepped out of the camp, his gaze fixed on the distant group of beasts. He muttered to himself, "I fear today will be a tumultuous one." Among the vanguard soldiers, expressions shifted, and some uttered curses aloud. "What in the world? Fire? We're still inside the forest." "That's right. We're in the south, and if the winds change, the fire could engulf us, leaving no time for escape. Has His Majesty lost his mind? Did the general go mad too? This is sheer madness." While the idea of using fire within a forest held merit, attempting such a feat in the expansive demonic beast forest, especially when the seasonal winds were not in their favor, appeared to be a reckless endeavor. Ma Mengqi was acutely aware of the risky nature of the plan, but he had no choice but to place his trust in his lord. With authority in his voice, he bellowed, "Listen up, everyone. Those who dare to defy these orders will face charges of treason and be executed without mercy." The soldiers' expressions shifted uncomfortably, forced to comply as they hastily carried fuel and hay into the forest with somber faces. Under the brilliant moonlight, an army of tens of thousands swiftly completed their preparations in the vicinity. Chu Ziyi, standing atop the highest point in the camp, commanded, "Ignite the fires in 5 minutes. Everyone, withdraw." Several suicide soldiers clutched torches, passing them among each other. Their faces bore the determination to die in an unwavering commitment to fulfill Chu Ziyi's orders, seeking glory in their sacrifice. In the fiery glow of the torches, their expressions radiated heroism. Before long, they donned black attire, divided into groups of 3, and charged into the forest armed with blades. Chu Ziyi watched their departing figures, a hint of inner turmoil flickering across his face. However, he swiftly regained his composure, muttering with resolve, "I am the king. The king's commands are absolute." Behind him, bathed in the campfire's eerie glow, Li Wenyu's ominous expression stared at Chu Ziyi. He spoke softly, "Your Majesty, we can begin now." Stepping back, Li Wenyu allowed Chu Ziyi to take charge of the unfolding situation. Under Chu Ziyi's orders, Guan Yunchang, Zhao Ziyilong, Guo Fengxiao, and the others led the army in a coordinated retreat. Chu Ziyi extended his arms slowly, his mental call summoning the power of the system. A radiant glow began to emanate from his hands, forming the image of a strategist standing upon a lofty platform, gently fanning a feathered fan. With a mere thought, the sky's hue shifted, the wind and clouds altered their course, and the wind's direction changed instantaneously. This transformation within the mental image slowly manifested in reality. The translucent figure was the top strategist of the three kingdoms, the strategist who had borrowed the east wind. Zhujiang. Translator's note. Borrowing this except from this website. Zhujiang was an amateur meteorologist, and he used this fact to convince people that he could control the weather. His knowledge of meteorology was very basic, something any farmer who paid attention would have known. Nonetheless, his enemies didn't have this knowledge. So it was easy to bamboozle them. During one battle, he realized that the wind was likely to switch direction in a manner that was highly favorable for his army. He made sure the enemy saw him do an elaborate ceremony that looked like black magic. He kept at it until the wind changed direction. As a result, his reputation as a fearsome indispensable strategist grew massively. Chapter 128, Zhujiang's translucent figure. Zhujiang, one of the most iconic figures in the romance of the Three Kingdoms, was renowned for his legendary feat of borrowing the eastern wind during the Battle of Chibi, a tale that had etched its place in history. This was also a formidable trump card that Chu Ziyi had acquired through the system, the spiritual talisman known as Zhujiang borrows the eastern wind. It was a sky-grade spiritual talisman, the most potent asset currently at his disposal. The translucent form of Zhujiang, nestled within Chu Ziyi's palm, continued to sway his arms. In the real world, the dark clouds swiftly dissipated, unveiling a starry night sky. The winds gradually intensified from the north, where Chu Ziyi stood, toward the demonic beast forest in the south. The clouds dispersed entirely, revealing the serene moon and stars overhead, accompanied by a pleasantly cool atmosphere. Within the forest, trees swayed, their verdant leaves rippling like waves on a sea. It was a testament to the strength of the winds Zhujiang had harnessed. The powerful winds didn't spare even the empty tents within the camps, sending some of them tumbling away along the ground. Flags flapped wildly in the gale, adding to the chaotic scene. Li Wenyu tilted his head upward to savor the fierce winds, a faint glimmer of joy in his expression as he regarded Chu Ziyi with deep admiration. Chu Ziyi's complexion grew pale as he channeled his full spiritual power into the projection in his hands. At last, the northern winds stabilized, resembling a gust of breath expelled from a human's mouth, pushing everything toward the south. Across the mountains, Mountain Pig and the other watching demonic beasts stood stupefied. Having inhabited the demonic beast forest for an extended period, they were well acquainted with the forest's seasonal patterns. However, the winds, which should have blown from the south, had now inexplicably reversed to northern winds, powerful ones at that. Nobody had the luxury to ponder the cause behind this sudden change. Instead, they keenly grasped that if they missed this opportunity to strike, it might be lost forever. Mountain Pig roared, "The wind's direction has shifted. Everyone, charge now! Don't allow them to set the forest ablaze." The other demonic beasts turned ashen, collapsing to the ground, their voices filled with solemnity. One of the beasts voiced their concern, "Fire? The scouts in the air have observed their preparations all along. We should flee while we still can." Mountain Pig kicked the demonic beast and roared, "Are you a fool? Flee? To where? With the wind's direction altered, retreat would only lead us to certain death. Our sole option is to charge, to head into areas where there's no fuel, and against the wind, we may have a chance to survive." Another demonic beast inquired, "But what about the demonic beast forest?" The eyes of the entire demonic beast group reddened as they fixated on the silhouette of the emperor, the individual who had summoned the winds. Most of the demonic beast forest will likely be devastated. But fortunately, there's a small river to the south that may temporarily halt the fire. That's right. The little river can be a barrier against the fire, but we won't have enough time to reach it. Our only recourse is to attack. Kill them. They've taken so many of our kin, and now they've set our homeland ablaze. We cannot forgive them. Exactly. Each demonic beast voiced their stance before they swiftly organized themselves. A contingent of demonic beasts headed toward the small river to intercept the mountain fire, while the rest opted to charge through the flames and attack Chu's army. The winds continued to rage, and in the dark of night, the demonic beast forest was set ablaze. The ignition began as small sparks, flickering in the northern reaches of the demonic beast forest. Gradually, these sparks grew into voracious wildfires, consuming everything in their path. Nov. L. B/JNN. With Chu Zi's northern winds fueling the blaze, the fires surged southward like tidal waves. Swaths of the forest were instantly engulfed in flames. Thick plumes of smoke billowed upward, shrouding the previously clear night sky once again. The moon's silhouette vanished, and even the myriad stars lost their gleam. Beneath the all-encompassing shroud of dense smoke, the night sky resembled an abyss of savagery. The ground fires swiftly climbed the trees, becoming towering firestorms with the assistance of the fierce winds. The flames voraciously devoured the forest, expanding ceaselessly. Subsequently, the various fires merged together, forming a sea of flames that consumed those responsible for igniting the inferno, the suicide soldiers, who met their end without uttering a single agonized cry. Simultaneously, hordes of demonic beasts charged against the wind, relentlessly advancing toward Chu Zi's army. Their eyes were crimson, a reflection of the profound resentment they harbored toward Chu's soldiers. Their anger was not without justification. They had endured relentless hunting by Chu's army, and now, they were witnessing their homeland being ravaged by their hands. Their inferior intelligence made it impossible for the demonic beasts to opt for retreat even when faced with such dire circumstances. The relentless fire only stoked their savage resolve, driving them to seek reckless vengeance against Chu's soldiers. Led by Mountain Pig, the demonic beasts pressed forward with unyielding determination. It didn't take long before hordes of them reached the army, which had not yet completed its retreat. Chu Zi stood amidst his troops, an indifferent chuckle escaping his lips as he observed the frenzied demonic beasts attacking his soldiers. The projection in his hands gradually faded and vanished. However, the fierce winds remained unabated, forcefully pushing even the billowing smoke southward. The flames continued to ravage the forest, producing crackling sounds, which were accompanied by the pitiful cries of countless beasts still within the inferno's grasp. These were the weaker creatures that had been killed in their sleep. Chu Zi glanced at his now normal hands before turning to Li Wenyu. "Let's go. I believe this fire will burn for at least another 5 days." The flames had already spread across most of the demonic beast forest, despite the efforts of water-attributed demonic beasts who desperately employed their powers in a futile attempt to halt the inferno. Li Wenyu nodded, his eyes, illuminated by the towering flames before him, hinting at a touch of madness. As Chu Zi and Li Wenyu prepared to depart, an unexpected noise from the troops behind them drew their attention. Behind them, the retreating army of hundreds of thousands struggled to maintain order even with the guidance of the sky-reaching realm expert, Guan Yunchang. Chu Zi's expression turned solemn as he received a notification from the system. "The host is currently facing the greatest crisis yet. Please work diligently to overcome it." "What? Greatest crisis?" Chu Zi's complexion darkened. He was well aware that the system's notifications had always held significance. This meant that a situation had emerged at the rear of the army. He shot forward, with Li Wenyu following closely. Li Wenyu nonchalantly performed another divination gesture, and the earlier prophecy of a safe retreat had transformed into a prediction of a 90% risk of death. His expression soured as he called out from behind Chu Zi, "Your Majesty, be cautious. The prophecy has changed. There's a high risk of death." Chu Zi teetered on the verge of anger. His decision to launch an all-out assault on the demonic beast forest had been driven by the pursuit of rewards. Now, not only was his nation's fortune dwindling, but problems were cropping up frequently within his own army. As Chu Zi reached the center of the army, he bore witness to the calamity unfolding at its rear. It was the sky-covering locusts. Each locust bore a blood-red body, giving them the appearance of demons rising from the depths of hell. They swarmed like malevolent clouds descending upon the retreating army. The attacks of the crimson locusts instantly pierced the heads of weaker soldiers, causing their brains and blood to spill onto the ground. The corpses on the battlefield were soon covered by the relentless horde of red locusts, which swiftly devoured the lifeless bodies. The clouds of these demonic creatures resembled a corrosive sea, eating away at the army, and with the flames behind them casting their eerie light, it looked like a nightmarish sea of bodies and blood. Amidst the blood-colored clouds in the sky floated a human figure. Chapter 129, Showdown of the Two Blades. The soldiers' retreat had initially been organized according to their strength, a plan executed by Guan Yunchang to safeguard the weaker troops. However, they had now come face to face with the blood-bat locusts. In a matter of moments, they had lost tens of thousands of soldiers. Even their armor and weapons proved inadequate to withstand the relentless assaults of the blood-bat locusts. Moreover, their awareness that they were in retreat, not advancing, had left them in an extremely anxious state. Initially, under the command of General Zhao Zilong, they had retreated in an orderly fashion. But as they were hindered by the locusts and became aware of the relentless attacks from their rear, panic overtook them. The moment panic set in, order disintegrated. It seemed as if a catastrophe had struck, as the soldiers scattered in all directions in their desperate attempts to escape. These soldiers were not the elite forces summoned by Chu Ziyi from his system, but rather conscripts from various counties. Faced with the blood-bat locusts, their willpower and ability to resist crumbled instantaneously. Ah! The locust plague! This is our punishment. We're all going to die. This is the vengeance of the demonic beasts. Those locusts are even setting fires. Indeed, under Murong Lin's command, the blood-bat locusts had seized the fuel and ignited fires along the army's path of retreat. Murong Lin had discerned Chu Ziyi's plan the moment he ordered his soldiers to ignite the surrounding fuel, but he remained unaware of how Chu Ziyi had managed to alter the wind's direction. Only after Chu Ziyi had redirected the wind and lost the projection in his hand did Murong Lin summon his blood-bat locusts to block the army's retreat. Now, as the furious winds blew southward, Chu Ziyi's army found themselves trapped amidst the flames. They faced a grim choice: to attempt to break through the raging fire for a chance to return to Chu, or to confront the pursuing demonic beasts on the scorched land they occupied. Chu Ziyi's eyes blazed with fury as he gazed at the figure standing before the inferno, a silver pike clutched in their hands. The silver pike should have been wielded by Zhao Zilong, but the person before him was clearly not Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong was not here. The situation became painfully clear: the figure before him had not only killed Zhao Zilong but had also taken his weapon and now stood in their path. Li Wenyu observed the blood-bat locusts swarming around Murong Lin and realized that there were several sky-reaching realm experts among them. His expression shifted, and despite knowing that he was vastly inferior to Murong Lin in terms of strength, he couldn't resist performing another divination gesture. As he did, a mouthful of blood gushed from his lips, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at Murong Lin and exclaimed, "World-annihilating heavenly demon!" Divination carried a price, a reliance on a link to the subject of the prediction, such as the blood-bat locusts Murong Lin evidently controlled. Li Wenyu had casually slain one of them, and while he wasn't overly concerned since only a sky-reaching realm expert could challenge him, he had employed this blood-bat locust to conjure an image. It was an image of a desolate world, devoid of any life, where everything that could be consumed had been consumed. Humans had tried to resist, but they all perished in a city. The actions of the blood-bat locusts and Murong Lin had indeed led to the annihilation of a world, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Even if it was only a hidden realm. Li Wenyu, despite his disbelief, repeatedly examined the vision. Only after thorough inspection did he experience the backlash of divination. The locust he had employed for this divination was reduced to dust, and his body soared toward Chu Ziyi, shouting, "Your Majesty, be careful! This individual poses a great trial for you. He has once destroyed a world. Chu Ziyi was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Had he truly destroyed a world? Was he that strong? During his time as a ruler, he led his country and developed its territories, but this man had spent this time destroying a world. His thoughts quickly turned to his system, and as he confirmed his role as the protagonist, he regained his composure and declared, "Then, I shall overcome this trial." Only protagonists possessed a golden finger. Ha! I'm the real protagonist. If only Murong Lin had known about Chu Ziyi's thoughts, he might have pointed the system at Chu Ziyi's head and exclaimed, "Then what on earth is this?" Unfortunately for Murong Lin, he remained ignorant of Chu Ziyi's thoughts and was preoccupied with recovering his strength. During his attack on the army with his blood bat locusts, Zhao Ziyilong quickly noticed Murong Lin and engaged him in battle, bringing along the White Riders to assist him. Zhao Ziyilong's 9th layer sky-reaching realm strength and martial prowess made him a formidable adversary even for Murong Lin. However, Murong Lin employed a cunning strategy by unleashing his blood bat locusts to attack Zhao Ziyilong. They self-destructed without hesitation, leaving Zhao Ziyilong with minimal time to react. In response, Zhao Ziyilong unleashed his most powerful technique, the Song of the Phoenix Pike. Though capable of annihilating the blood bat locusts, he directed the full force of this technique at Murong Lin, recognizing him as the greatest threat. On the contrary, Murong Lin employed the catastrophe style to evade, deftly utilizing his full strength to channel both the evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness and the bloody heaven art. He unleashed his 4th blade, charged with his nascent blade chi. Everlasting style. This blade seemed to suspend time itself, its magnificence akin to fireworks one moment and its elegance resembling falling petals the next. Zhao Ziyilong's form was sent hurtling through the air. His pike slipped from his grasp, instantly seized by Murong Lin. In a swift blur of motion, Murong Lin materialized before Zhao Ziyilong, wiping away his very soul. The lifeless body, adorned in silver armor and white robes, was swiftly kept within Murong Lin's system storage. By then, the White Riders under Zhao Ziyilong's command had met their demise at the hands of Murong Lin's manifestation and sky-reaching realm blood bat locusts. At this moment, the system's voice rang out in his head. Ding! The protagonist Chu Ziyi's little protagonist halo is continuing to shatter, his protagonist value has dropped by 100. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining a villain value of 100, you may use it to purchase items in the system shop. Indeed, Murong Lin's calculations proved accurate, the capital of Chu had already fallen into their hands, undoubtedly delivering a devastating blow to the nation's destiny. As anticipated, before the look of horror and concern could fade from Li Wenyu's expression, a blood-filled cough escaped from Chu Ziyi's trembling lips. His body quivered as his once mighty cultivation, which had soared to the sky-reaching realm, plummeted with alarming speed. The 1st layer of the sky-reaching realm. The 9th layer of the manifestation realm. The 8th layer of the manifestation realm. The 3rd layer of the origin realm. The 2nd layer of the origin realm. The 1st layer of the origin realm. His cultivation had nosedived by 2 great realms in an instant, barely clinging to the lowest layer of the origin realm. A grimace of excruciating pain contorted his face as he bellowed, "The capital has fallen, and Diao Chan has perished. My nation's destiny has been halved." His once potent sky-reaching realm cultivation had relied entirely on his nation's destiny, and now that it had diminished, so had his power. With a fierce resolve, he lifted his gaze toward the figure responsible for Zhao Ziyilong's death and the halt of his army's retreat. His voice rang out in a furious command, "Yun Chang! Kill him!" In that same heartbeat, a streak of blade light sliced through the air, swiftly followed by another. On the left stood Murong Lin, wielding a paring knife, a sinister grin on his face. To the right stood the martial Saint Guan Yun Chang, wielding the azure dragon Guandao. Chapter 130, Finally Forming Blade Intent. The casually thrown blade chi by Murong Lin clashed violently with the blade light unleashed by Xuanhuan Chang. The ensuing collision sent everything in the vicinity hurtling into the air. Beneath the fiery glow, demonic beasts scattered in all directions, helpless in the face of the searing inferno and the relentless gusts of wind. They searched in vain for a means to extinguish the spreading sea of fire. In the heart of the chaos, with Mountain Pig at the forefront, the demonic beasts launched a ferocious assault on Ma Mengqi, who stood in the vanguard, and Pang Shiyuan's iron cavalry. To the north, the retreating army found their escape route obstructed by the raging fires sparked by the locusts. They, too, were engaged in a relentless battle against the ceaseless waves of blood-bat locusts. The ground was littered with corpses, forming gruesome mountains that served as a grisly feast for the swarming locusts. The ceaseless flow of blood created rivers that were greedily absorbed by the earth. In the skies above, the once favorable winds that had aided Chu's forces were now fanning the flames, inadvertently inflicting harm upon their own soldiers. The two counselors, Li Wenyu and Guo Fengxiao, poured all their efforts into aiding the soldiers in their struggle against the blood-bat locusts, while Xuanhuan Chang engaged in a fierce battle with Murong Lin. Since the tragic demise of Liu Fengxian in battle, Xuanhuan Chang, standing at the peak of the sky-reaching realm, had become the most formidable individual under Chu Ziyi's command. He was currently garbed in a green robe, his eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the young man before him with unwavering focus. Murong Lin responded with a sly grin and a cocked head, baring his teeth. Despite his outward demeanor, his heart remained eerily composed. He had already expended considerable effort to eliminate Zhao Ziyi long earlier, and now, facing Xuanhuan Chang and potentially Li Wenyu and others, he knew he would have to give it his all. Xuanhuan Chang tightly gripped his blade as he charged toward Murong Lin atop his swift Wan Li horse. The steed carried him to Murong Lin's side in an instant, its remarkable speed allowing it to navigate the battlefield unscathed. Even amidst the chaos of thousands engaged in combat around him, not a single soul managed to harm his trusty steed. As his horse arrived before Murong Lin, Xuanhuan Chang swung his blade with great force, severing mountains and seas. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from his weapon, creating an overwhelming pressure that distorted the very air around them. This attack, infused with the power capable of cleaving mountains and parting seas, hurtled ferociously toward Murong Lin. Murong Lin's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly raised his blade, executing two consecutive techniques. Skynet style. Catastrophe style. These rapid-fire maneuvers, combined with a deft sidestep aided by his second blade, just barely allowed him to parry Xuanhuan Chang's initial strike. Xuanhuan Chang's expression also shifted slightly. The power behind his blade was enough to kill even a 9th-layer sky-reaching realm expert. Yet, the young man before him had managed to fend off his attack with only 2 strikes. Nov. L. B /JNN. His blade plunged into the ground, and with a quick twist of his wrist, he redirected it sharply, using the back of the blade to strike the ground. Harnessing the kinetic energy from this rebound, he launched yet another attack. This blade was aimed squarely at Murong Lin's lower body, targeting his legs and waist. It carried a surge of energy and emitted a brilliant glow, appearing nearly unstoppable in its destructive potential as it clashed with Murong Lin's paring knife. "I am indomitable." Murong Lin's hand quivered slightly, but he maintained a firm grip on his paring knife. His blade, having absorbed the essence of those he had slain, had since ascended to a higher sky-grade level. Nevertheless, when confronted with Xuanhuan Chang's blade, he still experienced a formidable recoil. Xuanhuan Chang skillfully pivoted using the ground, redirecting his weapon with yet another rebound, moving with great swiftness and grace. Murong Lin responded by twisting his paring knife, infusing it with the potent energy of the evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness and the lifelessness law, culminating in his third blade. Dark Sky Style. In an instant, Xuanhuan Chang felt as though he had plunged into a world devoid of light, where time itself seemed to crawl at a painful pace. His horse anxiously leapt about, its gaze fixed fiercely on Murong Lin. In the midst of this clash, Murong Lin's blade light collided with Guan Yunchang's second blade. Ping! Both combatants were sent soaring into the air, with Murong Lin crashing into a tree and Guan Yunchang falling from the heavens. Fortunately, his loyal horse arrived just in time to catch him, allowing him to land safely on its back. One of Guan Yunchang's hands released his weapon, and he stroked his beard slowly as the intensity of his red-eyed gaze increased. On the other side, Chu Ziyi's impatience grew as he witnessed Murong Lin successfully parrying Guan Yunchang's second blade. His eyes reflected a mix of dread and fury as he cast a vicious glare toward Murong Lin. Turning to Li Wenyu, who stood beside him, he urgently commanded, "Wenyu, take me away, now." Having just experienced the backlash of his nation's destiny plummeting, which had caused his cultivation to drop by 2 significant realms, Chu Ziyi realized that it was highly perilous for him to remain alone in the midst of this chaotic battlefield. He urgently needed Li Wenyu to escort him to safety. If he survived, there would always be another opportunity, but if he perished, he would truly have nothing left. Nevertheless, Murong Lin, who had heard Chu Ziyi's cry, wore an indifferent smile as he unleashed his fourth blade towards Guan Yunchang from his position by the tree. This blade bore the infusion of the evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness, the lifelessness law, and even his nascent blade intent. Everlasting style. This blade emitted an everlasting brilliance, a light that would neither fade nor extinguish. Guan Yunchang, who had just regained his composure, stared at the impending attack from Murong Lin, a tinge of astonishment flickering in his eyes. However, he was a martial general, and even when confronted by an unbeatable foe, he would muster his full strength to confront the challenge head-on. Guan Yunchang's blade sliced against the ground, generating sparks as it made contact with the scorching earth. As the distance between Murong Lin and himself closed, Guan Yunchang's blade abruptly changed direction, descending upon Murong Lin from behind. Verdant Dragon Moon Collapsing Blade. This was his third and most formidable blade. With the power behind this stroke, he could rival even those in the cognizance realm, thanks to the immense blood essence and mental fortitude he had expended to forcibly create his blade intent. The guandao he had lifted from his back gradually revealed a faint figure at his rear, his manifestation transformation, the moon collapsing verdant dragon. This colossal verdant dragon further reinforced his blade, instantly stabilizing it as if their forms had melded into one. The menacing aura emanating from this green dragon instilled a sense of fear and reverence in those nearby. Yet, Murong Lin remained unfazed. His nascent blade intent clashed with the blade intent Guan Yunchang had forcefully forged, leaving the outcome uncertain. Murong Lin's blade was shrouded in darkness, and as this darkness intersected with the verdant dragon within Guan Yunchang's blade, it began to corrode it with a sizzling sound. The verdant dragon writhed in agony, struggling to maintain its form. Despite its draconic nature, Guan Yunchang could not fully unleash its power, and he could only rely solely on this third blade that he had forcefully unleashed to confront Murong Lin. If these 3 blades proved insufficient to overcome Murong Lin, he would have no choice but to await his inevitable defeat. The enigmatic and profound aura emanating from Murong Lin's blade seemed to possess an innate affinity for countering all living things. Flames, cold, electricity, corrosion, consumption, all kinds of energies were encompassed within this dark mass, as though it were the concentrated embodiment of all the malevolence in the world. Finally, the 2 blades collided, with the verdant dragon collapsing moon blade and the nameless paring knife meeting head-on. Guan Yunchang's complexion flushed red as he channeled all his strength to confront this attack, yet, his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the allure of the evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness. Murong Lin, while withstanding Guan Yunchang's blade, sought to discern the essence of Guan Yunchang's blade intent, a blade intent forged by time itself, devoid of emotion, and steeped in ancient wisdom. On the battlefield, a river of blood flowed endlessly, and towering columns of smoke ascended into the heavens. In that moment, it was as if Murong Lin had gained a profound understanding of his own blade intent. Chapter 131, Slaughter. Murong Lin's blade clashed with Xuanhuan Chang's, and in that very moment, the aura surrounding Murong Lin intensified once more. His blade gradually ceased its trembling. The blade chi grew stronger, evolving into a tangible blade intent. Xuanhuan Chang's expression shifted as he quickly withdrew his blade and leapt backwards, dismounting from his horse with lightning speed. Simultaneously, a malicious glint gleamed in Murong Lin's eyes as he swung his blade downward, cleaving through everything beneath him without even making physical contact. Xuanhuan Chang's horse was instantly rented in two. Before the horse could even register agony on its face, its head was also split apart. Without any slowdown, the swing descended onto the ground with a thunderous crash, causing wide fissures to ripple across the earth, spanning several feet. The flames raged, casting a sinister glow as billowing smoke ascended into the air. The surrounding fires had expanded, ensnaring tens of thousands of soldiers within their fiery grasp. Li Wenyu's face twisted with viciousness. He was wrong. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. He had initially believed that by harnessing the wind, he could utilize fire to deal with the demonic beasts. Little had he expected that a human would turn the very same flames against them. Those few soldiers who had managed to escape the inferno were now nearly all devoured by the blood-bat locusts, while those trapped in the midst of the blaze and the demonic beasts fought a desperate battle for survival. Blood flowed incessantly, seeping into the earth below, which greedily absorbed it. Li Wenyu rushed to Chu Ziyi, who lay collapsed on the ground. After surveying the encroaching flames with a contorted expression, he spoke urgently, "Your Majesty, I will take you away now." He swiftly lifted Chu Ziyi, who was unable to escape on his own with his current strength. Li Wenyu intended to carry him to safety beyond the engulfing fires. However, would Murong Lin permit their escape? Clearly, he would not. Murong Lin rose from the ground, blade in hand, and cast a cold smile at the departing Li Wenyu and Chu Ziyi before turning his attention back to Xuanhuan Chang. Xuanhuan Chang knew that Murong Lin had unlocked his blade intent and now wielded it fully. With his 3 blades depleted, he understood that he was no longer a match for Murong Lin. He smiled bitterly, his reddened complexion mixed with pallidness as a mouthful of blood escaped from his lips. Then, the wounded parts of his flesh began to wriggle as they rapidly healed. By the time he turned his gaze back to Murong Lin, his expression was filled with a resolute determination. He knew that Li Wenyu was currently carrying Chu Ziyi away, and that he needed to stall Murong Lin for them. Xuanhuan Chang gripped his weapon tightly and slowly lifted his head to gaze at the heavens, murmuring to himself, "I have something I want to do." His vitality began to burn away, and his flesh started to smolder. His clothing ignited, flames rising from his body. As his blood and flesh burned, along with his life force, an intense heat emanated from his forehead. His mouth parted slightly, allowing the flames within to escape. More flames appeared, this time in his vengeful and fierce eyes. "Come, come!" With an unyielding spirit, he sprinted forward, charging directly at Murong Lin. Anything that stood in his path, whether human or demonic beast, living or dead, was forcefully shoved aside by his relentless advance. Within the unrelenting inferno of the forest, Xuanhuan Chang's aura surged once more, his speed increasing as he charged forward. Behind Xuanhuan Chang's back, the verdant dragon reappeared, this time in the form of a sinister skeleton. Flames danced even upon the dragon's bones, lending it the appearance of a demon crawling out from the depths of hell. Cataclysm! With a mighty leap, Xuanhuan Chang soared into the heavens before somersaulting, bringing his blade crashing down upon Murong Lin with tremendous force. Simultaneously, the fiery skeletal dragon behind him transformed into a colossal blade crafted from bone, descending upon Murong Lin like a martial general emerging from the depths of hell. Murong Lin regarded Xuanhuan Chang, who descended upon him, with a solemn expression. His attention was fixed on the blade. He slowly raised his own blade, recollecting the previous strike he had employed. Taking a step back with his right foot, he swung his blade toward Xuanhuan Chang. This was the insight he had gleaned from the Sea of Fire, the fifth blade he had forged. World Overthrow Style. Murong Lin's blade, infused with his complete blade intent, swung relentlessly toward Xuanhuan Chang. His evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness greatly enhanced the blade's power. A dark fog shrouded the sky, gradually encroaching upon the blazing bone blade behind Xuanhuan Chang's back. The collision between the flames and the black fog was cataclysmic, unleashing a myriad of energies: corrosion, fusion, erosion, and annihilation. Sharp noises resonated from the clash. Simultaneously, Xuanhuan Chang's determined blade met Murong Lin's, and in that very moment, it was as if time itself had frozen. Xuanhuan Chang's blade embodied fearlessness, viewing death as a familiar companion. Murong Lin's blade was selfing, capable of altering reality itself. In that instant, Xuanhuan Chang's body transformed into a fiery ball, while Murong Lin's black fog concealed his entire form. In their collision, Xuanhuan Chang's weapon shattered instantly, its shards scattering in all directions. Conversely, Murong Lin's paring knife merely trembled slightly, exhibiting a single crack on its surface. Although Murong Lin's momentum had been greatly slowed, it continued to inch toward the fiery sphere that was Xuanhuan Chang. World Overthrow. In that moment, it seemed as if the world itself had expanded enormously. Murong Lin's evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness transformed the surrounding flames into black fire. The entire area around them was enveloped in black fog that corroded even the ground. The sky turned dark, and the only thing in this world that differed from the surrounding blackness was the fiery sphere that had been Xuanhuan Chang. Then, the fiery sphere exploded. The blaze's radiance swept through the vicinity, causing everything around them to quiver. However, it proved futile against Murong Lin. He slowly retracted his blade, while Xuanhuan Chang's form vanished from that very spot. The ground within hundreds of meters around them had been reduced to scorched earth. Even the sky remained shrouded in darkness, casting an eerie pall over everything. This was the formidable power of Murong Lin's fifth blade. He panted, using the remaining blood-bat locusts to continue their assault on the few surviving soldiers. Ma Mengqi, who had been relentlessly assailed by Mountain Pig, perished first. Next was Guo Fengxiao, who had directed the firefighting efforts, and finally, Pang Shiyuan, who had no place to hide. With their deaths, Chu Ziyi no longer had any generals left here. The remaining army was slowly but surely eradicated by the demonic beasts, their blood spilling onto the earth below. Strangely, the blood that flowed into the soil disappeared at an astonishing rate. During the soldiers' battle, Murong Lin sprinted toward Chu Ziyi and Li Wenyu with tremendous speed. Stalled by Xuanhuan Chang, he had lost sight of the direction in which Li Wenyu and Chu Ziyi had escaped. He had no means of pursuit. However, Murong Lin produced a spiritual talisman from his person and infused it with his spiritual power, activating it. In an instant, his form disappeared, vanishing from the fiery expanse that was once the northern region of the demonic beast forest. This was the higher sky-grade spiritual talisman he had acquired from the system shop, obtained with a villain value of 10 the parental tracker. Initially, he had implanted the child talisman into Chu Ziyi. Now, by shattering the mother talisman, he could instantly materialize at Chu Ziyi's side. Chu Ziyi was destined to be captured here. Chapter 132, Murdering Chu Ziyi. Amidst the dense, ancient forest, Li Wenyu bore the weight of Chu Ziyi upon his back as he sprinted toward their destination not too distantly ahead, the borders of Chu. Behind them, a relentless sea of fire painted the landscape with its fiery glow. Li Wenyu had channeled every ounce of his spiritual powers into his legs, granting him incredible speed. He flew through the air with the winds surrounding his feet, moving swiftly through the forest. Chu Ziyi's face was ashen, and despair weighed heavily in his eyes as he rested on Li Wenyu's back. He had just learned of the deaths of Xuanhuan Chang, Ma Mengqi, and the rest through the system, a blow that tore at his heart. The sea of flames behind them mirrored the turmoil within him. Chu Ziyi's gaze fixed upon Chu's border in the distance, his thoughts fraught with worry and uncertainty. The bitter realization that their capital had fallen to enemy forces weighed heavily upon him. Go into Chu's territory," he managed to utter. He knew returning to the capital was an ill-fated venture, as it now lay under the occupation of the three invading nations. Doing so would be akin to walking willingly into the clutches of their enemies. Chaos had firmly taken root within Chu's territory. In the south, desolation reigned as the land had been abandoned and decimated by the relentless onslaught of the blood-bat locusts. Meanwhile, the northern regions were firmly under the occupation of the soldiers from the three other invading nations. Regret gnawed at Chu Ziyi's conscience, and he loathed himself for his past arrogance. Why had he poured all his resources into attacking the demonic beast forest? Why hadn't he left a portion of his forces to safeguard Chu itself? He now realized the heavy price of a protagonist's arrogance and pride. His self-confidence had stemmed from the knowledge that he was, indeed, a protagonist, destined for greatness. Suddenly, Li Wenyu came to an abrupt halt, freezing in mid-air. n/o/b/in.c//om. Chu Ziyi couldn't fathom the reason for his actions, his face edged with concern as he opened his mouth to speak. However, he fell silent, sensing the tension and trembling coursing through Li Wenyu's body. Slowly, Chu Ziyi turned his head, directing his gaze towards something ahead. There, beneath the moonlight, another figure floated effortlessly in the air. This individual stood suspended in the thin air, wielding a gleaming knife that exuded an eerie, cold brilliance. The blade's frigid presence was a stark contrast to the fiery sea behind them, yet both elements seemed to represent death itself. Li Wenyu remained suspended in the air, his mouth opening ever so slightly. "Who exactly are you, sir?" Chu Ziyi lay helpless on his back, his eyes filled with a mixture of confusion and anger as he focused on the figure before them. Murong Lin, with his blade in hand, whistled nonchalantly before responding, "Someone much like him." The air grew heavy once more. Li Wenyu was unaware of the system's existence. He assumed Murong Lin meant they were both emperors, and that he had come to forcibly seize Chu Ziyi's lands. However, Chu Ziyi understood the deeper meaning behind Murong Lin's words. He knew precisely what the man was implying. In that very moment, he finally grasped why this man had managed to outmaneuver him, even with Chu Ziyi's possession of a system. He comprehended why, in the span of just a month, nearly all of his forces had been decimated, despite the smooth progress he had enjoyed previously. He understood, though he struggled to accept it. "Impossible? How can you be? It was supposed to be just me." "Impossible. You're lying to me." Chu Ziyi roared at Murong Lin, his voice strained. Murong Lin's next words struck Chu Ziyi like a blow to the heart, driving him further into despair. "Then, ask your system if I'm someone like you." He didn't fully comprehend the extent of Chu Ziyi's capabilities, so he intended to probe the system. Chu Ziyi's expression froze as the word, "system," entered his ears. This was his greatest secret, something that no one knew, or should have known about. And yet, the young man before him had somehow mentioned his golden finger. In a sudden rush of realization, he hurriedly questioned his system, seeking answers to this situation. But he didn't receive a response. The system didn't reply, as if it never existed. There wasn't a hint, nor was there the system window, and there wasn't the aid of the system. Chu Ziyi resembled a madman as he shouted at the empty air, but nothing changed. The system, which had always been at his beck and call, had vanished without a trace. "It seems like it's useless." Murong Lin smiled. With the strange disappearance of Chu Ziyi's system, Murong Lin was certain that he had run out of tricks. He slowly raised his blade, and with ruthless determination, he brought down his weapon. Everlasting style. In a split second, Li Wenyu acted decisively, throwing Chu Ziyi a distance away. "Your Majesty! Run, quickly! Where there is life, there is hope." Meanwhile, a voice resonated in Murong Lin's mind. Ding! The protagonist Chu Ziyi's little protagonist halo is continuing to shatter, and his protagonist value has dropped by 50. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining a villain value of 50, you may use it to purchase items in the system shop. Murong Lin understood what was happening. Chu Ziyi was now consumed by self-doubt. He shifted his blade's trajectory, directing it toward Li Wenyu. Li Wenyu stood his ground with unwavering resolve as he braced himself for the clash with Murong Lin. With a wave of his arm, he conjured a rune that swiftly materialized into a formidable attack, hurtling toward Murong Lin. Li Wenyu knew that, given his current level of cultivation, he stood no chance against Murong Lin. His hope rested solely on stalling Murong Lin, even if only for a brief moment, to give Chu Ziyi a chance to escape. However, he had gravely underestimated Murong Lin's prowess and overestimated Chu Ziyi's ability to come to terms with their dire situation. In the blink of an eye, Murong Lin's blade sliced through Li Wenyu's neck, swiftly and efficiently beheading the 9th-layer sky-reaching realm cultivator. This was Murong Lin's blade intent, and he had aptly named it Emotionless. It embodied a chilling, unfeeling efficiency, a blade that showed no mercy. Li Wenyu fell without a chance to resist, his life extinguished in an instant. Meanwhile, his lord, Chu Ziyi sat at the side in a daze. His disheveled hair covered his face as he muttered, "Impossible, impossible, I'm the protagonist. I'm the protagonist. System, come out now. I want to summon. I want to do a lucky draw. Kill him. I want to kill him." Li Wenyu's death signified the complete annihilation of every hero Chu Ziyi had summoned. With the loss of his heroes, Chu Ziyi's protagonist destiny had crumbled into nothingness. Ding! The protagonist Chu Ziyi's little protagonist halo has completely shattered, and his protagonist value has dropped by 50. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining a villain value of 50, you may use it to purchase items in the system shop. Murong Lin wore a smile as he approached Chu Ziyi. He positioned himself before the fallen protagonist, gazing down at him. His blade pressed gently against Chu Ziyi's neck as he spoke, "What a pity, you lacked time." In a final act of defiance, Chu Ziyi reached out and grabbed Murong Lin's blade, wanting to say something. But Murong Lin acted swiftly, channeling his spiritual power into the blade. With a swift, blinding flash of blade light, Chu Ziyi's body was mercilessly severed in two, his head tumbling to the ground. Chu Ziyi was dead. Ding! Master has successfully killed a protagonist, the reward is a gift bag. The system's voice chimed in Murong Lin's mind once more. However, he showed no eagerness to claim this reward. Turning his back to the roaring sea of flames within the demonic beast forest, Murong Lin retrieved a crystal from his ring of holding and crushed it in his hand. Red beams of light surged from the ground, resembling crimson pillars that bridged the earth and the sky. These luminous beams slowly converged, coalescing into a single radiant pillar that stood at the center of the battlefield. Murong Lin's eyes fixated on the towering pillar of light, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized the silhouette of an insect that resided within the brilliant light. It was an insect with a body as red as blood, adorned with intricate crimson patterns on its back. From its very appearance, it exuded an aura of immense power. This was Murong Lin's bloody poisonous insect. Having absorbed the blood and flesh of two experts from the cognizance realm, as well as the countless corpses scattered across the battlefield, the insect had undergone a transformative evolution within the Sea of Fire. Its aura continued to surge, reaching a level of power comparable to that of Liu Fengxian in his prime. The first layer of the cognizance realm. Chapter 133, Supreme Primordial Spirit. Murong Lin stood at the edge of the Sea of Fire, watching the intense flames before him. With a gesture, he summoned the obedient bloody poisonous insect, which had just achieved the cognizance realm, to land in his outstretched hand. Murong Lin couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity as he sensed the insect's aura. He returned the insect to his own body, his attention returning to the sea of flames before him. He let out a wistful sigh. The spiritual array that cost me 30 villain value is gone just like that. Earlier, he had made a shrewd investment, purchasing the lower Baron grade spiritual array from the system shop, an array known as the bloodthirsty array. While lacking in direct offensive might, it possessed the remarkable ability to siphon fresh blood from a vast area, aiding in the evolution of blood-attributed life forms. Murong Lin had strategically placed the slumbering bloody poisonous insect within the bloodthirsty array some time ago. Utilizing the fresh blood spilled in the aftermath of the great battle, he harnessed this energy to cultivate the insect's strength. As the fresh blood was converted into power, it converged toward the bloody poisonous insect's body nestled at the center of the array, facilitating its breakthrough. Having already absorbed blood from cognizance realm experts, the insect reached the cognizance realm after being nourished by the blood of hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts and humans. Feeling the surge of energy transmitted by the insect, Murong Lin experienced a momentary sensation of great strength, as if he were another step closer to achieving the cognizance realm. This sensation is truly peculiar. Primordial spirit? Primordial spirit, Murong Lin murmured to himself before departing from the demonic beast forest. Over the next 3 days and nights, the fire that had engulfed the demonic beast forest finally subsided, leaving behind a forest in shambles and great losses. Mountain Pig, who had led the charge, had perished in battle, and his body became sustenance for the blood-bat locusts. Of the once mighty 900,000-strong army from Chu, fewer than 200,000 had survived. Those left behind had become fertilizers for the demonic beast forest. With the deaths of Chu Zi and his subordinates, the nation of Chu was carved up among the 3 invading countries, each influential force claiming its share. Surprisingly, the people of Chu didn't resist, they appeared rather content instead. After all, Chu Zi's actions had indeed harmed the interests of many. Chu Zi's actions had undeniably stirred up resentment among those whose interests he had harmed. Those who had lost loved ones in the war sought to collaborate with the generals from the 3 invading nations to conquer Chu. In just a span of 2 weeks, the nation of Chu was reduced to a mere chapter in history. During this period, Murong Lin had successfully established his fame in Yan under his false identity, Nai Wusheng, earning the title of a true hero. His reputation soared, especially when he entered the city walls of Chu, holding Chu Zi's head in his hand. He was met with widespread respect. Although many harbored resentment toward Chu Zi, they were well aware of the formidable generals and advisors under his command, with no one daring to challenge him directly. Yet, Murong Lin, with his youthful appearance, had managed to defeat Chu Zi, and even the generals under Chu Zi's command seemed to have fallen before him. The name Nai Wusheng quickly gained renown across the 3 nations and even within the Ridge Fur Alliance itself. Alongside this fame came numerous invitations and challenges from children of well-off families and aspiring youths, all eager to meet or test themselves against Murong Lin. Everyone wanted a chance to meet Murong Lin. However, Murong Lin abruptly announced his seclusion, revealing his intent to prepare for the upcoming Great Nanya Wangguo tournament, scheduled to commence in 5 days. It was then that everyone learned the startling truth: Nai Wusheng was not even 20 years old. The revelation of Murong Lin's true age, that he was indeed a young man, sent shockwaves through the entire Ridge Fur Alliance. Many had assumed he had merely preserved his youthful appearance, and the revelation that he was genuinely a teenager left them astonished. Instantly, the alliance buzzed with excitement. Given Murong Lin's apparent strength, they held high expectations that he might perform exceptionally well in the upcoming tournament. Meanwhile, Murong Lin sat in his room, reviewing the rewards he had received from the system. Open the gift bag. Murong Lin thought. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining a strength-enhancing card, a supreme primordial spirit card, and a fragment of the great villain Halo. Murong Lin studied the rewards, particularly intrigued by the supreme primordial spirit card. Check the information of the Supreme Primordial Spirit card. Yes. Supreme Primordial Spirit card, contains a sliver of a suitable primordial spirit essence for the user. It will aid the user in forging their primordial spirit. In practice, the effects of primordial spirits varied depending on the user's strength, attributes, intent realm, and more. Primordial spirits were typically categorized into 9 realms. The weakest 3 were named Xia, San, Pin, the middle 3 Bai, Yin, Jin, and the strongest 3 Wang, Huang, Di. Beyond the Di-grade primordial spirits were the matchless and supreme-grade primordial spirits, representing boundless potential and possibilities for their wielders. Within the Ridge Fur Alliance, known cognizance realm experts were a rare and precious few. Possessing a Wang-grade primordial spirit marked a cultivator as incredibly powerful in the Nanyu continent. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Consequently, the Supreme Primordial Spirit card brought an overwhelming sense of delight to Murong Lin. Despite his excitement, he managed to restrain himself from jumping up, and luckily, no one could witness his elation considering that he was indoors. With a mad chuckle, Murong Lin made his way to the basement, prepared to break through to the cognizance realm. He settled into a cross-legged position, focusing his concentration to its peak before crushing the Supreme Primordial Spirit card in his hand. In that instant, a gentle energy flowed into his body. Within his spiritual sea, an array of countless golden spiritual threads, previously strewn about like scattered strands, began to ascend and orbit the central point of his spiritual sea. Murong Lin swiftly circulated his lifelessness law, infusing the strength of his evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness into his spiritual sea. Blackened energies appeared, merging with the golden threads. Simultaneously, he harnessed his blade intent, emotionless, forged through his innate talent of wrathful, selfish, transforming it into formless blade chi, which he also merged with the threads. On the other side, the bloody poisonous insect nestled within his A-cup ointment contributed its strength to Murong Lin, infusing his spiritual sea with its potent blood chi. The golden spiritual threads, the black thin threads of spiritual power, the formless threads of blade intent, and the blood-red threads of the bloody poisonous insect all merged and converged within Murong Lin's spiritual sea. In that fleeting moment, these threads intertwined and coalesced, forming a magnificent spectacle within his spiritual sea, resembling a multitude of spiritual serpents entwined together. However, the merging of so many different energies inevitably led to complications. The spiritual threads seemed to seek the most dominant energy to fuse with, resulting in clashes that intensified as the threads became more intertwined. Murong Lin's complexion paled slightly, a sign of the pain he endured. It was at this moment that the effects of the Supreme Primordial Spirit card became apparent. A gentle light began to emanate as Murong Lin's body tensed, gradually transforming his spiritual sea into a pure white expanse. During the process of forging a primordial spirit by merging spiritual threads, cultivators invariably encountered countless trials and errors. Even if they succeeded, there was no guarantee that their primordial spirit would be the strongest. However, under the influence of the Supreme Primordial Spirit, the gentle energy swiftly fused with the 4 energies present in Murong Lin's spiritual sea. In that instant, these 4 energies started to merge into the optimal combination. In the end, the white light enveloped and consumed the entirety of his spiritual sea. After an extraordinary gentleness, the white light gradually faded away, marking the formation of Murong Lin's primordial spirit. The first layer of the cognizance realm. Murong Lin savored the sensation of his newfound strength, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then turned his attention to the primordial spirit that now resided within his spiritual sea. As the white light dissipated, Murong Lin noted the absence of any threads within his spiritual sea. Instead, there was only a solitary figure, a miniature replica of himself. However, this figure was entirely black, save for a few sporadically glowing golden stripes adorning its body. It was shrouded in a black and red fog, and its eyes were a striking shade of red, reminiscent of precious gemstones. Within the red fog, formless blade light concealed its presence. Having completed its gradual evolution, this primordial spirit now shared consciousness with Murong Lin. This was the primordial spirit one that Murong Lin had created. Chapter 134, Attaining the Cognizance Realm. Murong Lin experienced an unusual and marvelous sensation, particularly when using his divine senses. The wide-ranging reach of his divine senses, combined with his newly forged primordial spirit, created the feeling of inhabiting two distinct worlds within his own body. It was as if he possessed 2 points of view simultaneously, and this dual perception didn't cause any distraction or confusion. To explore this newfound capability, Murong Lin experimented with controlling his primordial spirit. While it was still freshly forged, he could summon it to exit his body and explore his surroundings. However, he had one more card left to utilize the Strength Enhancing card. "Enti, use the Strength Enhancing card," Murong Lin instructed. He returned his primordial spirit to his spiritual sea, and both he and his primordial spirit assumed a cross-legged position on the ground as they diligently cultivated, circulating lifelessness law. Ding! The Strength Enhancing card has been used. With Enti's announcement, the aura surrounding Murong Lin's body instantly stabilized at the cognizance realm and began to surge forward, progressing towards the next layers. In that moment, Murong Lin's aura became unpredictable. As the lifelessness law continued to circulate relentlessly, Murong Lin embarked on a swift journey of breakthrough. The first layer of the cognizance realm. The second layer of the cognizance realm. The third layer of the cognizance realm. The fourth layer of the cognizance realm. The fifth layer of the cognizance realm. The sixth layer of the cognizance realm. Murong Lin's cultivation continued to advance steadily, only halting once he reached the sixth layer of the cognizance realm. Subsequently, his aura concentrated on stabilizing. The progression of a cognizance realm cultivator differed from that of a sky-reaching realm cultivator. Sky-reaching realm cultivators relied on strengthening their spiritual power to forge their primordial spirit, while those in the cognizance realm relied on their insights into various powers to deepen their understanding of the world, ultimately breaking through to the next realm, the Abhij realm. In simpler terms, they needed to awaken the intent realm through their insights or create their own Abhij to reach the next realm. This advancement was far from straightforward, it relied on both innate talent and luck. Some Buddhist Dao cultivators could awaken their intent realm overnight by focusing on their chosen path, effectively skipping the cognizance realm entirely. Others might consume specific items, like the 9 Heaven Sword Heart Fruit, to awaken their own intent realm, the Sword Dao, within the cognizance realm. The more intent realms one awakened within the cognizance realm, the better their prospects for the future. However, those lacking the necessary talent refrained from attempting it. Having awakened the Blade Dao, Murong Lin could now explore further into his Blade Dao, emotionless, or seek elsewhere to gain deeper insights. Emotionless was his blade intent, a rare and unique manifestation of his understanding of the Blade Dao. Each cultivator's blade intent was distinct, even within the broader category of blade intents.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. That's why Murong Lin had chosen to name his blade intent emotionless. Currently, Murong Lin's blade intent was not only concealed within his body but could also be controlled and infused into his primordial spirit at will. He slowly stood up and exited the house, gazing at the darkening sky as he sighed, "The world is truly ever-changing." By his side, a figure gradually materialized. It was Floor Master Qing Miaolu. Kneeling on the ground, Qing Miaolu respectfully addressed Murong Lin, "Master, as of now, the remaining members of the Qing Yi Tower have successfully infiltrated and replaced individuals scattered throughout the country of Yan. Indeed, after the Qing Yi Tower had accomplished its mission of disseminating information in Chu and undermining the public's favor toward Chu Zi, fewer than 1,000 of its members remained. Currently, the survivors couldn't even fill 10 floors out of the 108 floors of the Qing Yi Tower. Under Murong Lin's orders, they had once again infiltrated Yan's inner circles. No one would have anticipated that Murong Lin would employ this strategy once more to infiltrate Yan. Murong Lin looked at Qing Miaolu and nodded, ensure that no one discovers your true identities even after I've entered the Great Nanyuwanguo tournament. Continue to conceal yourselves. If anything of great importance occurs, leave me the information and then take your own life. Remember, Murong Lin is dead, and the Qingyi Tower is no more. Yes. Qing Miaolu replied respectfully before vanishing from behind Murong Lin. Murong Lin then called out to the system, "Open my information window." Villain score, 1050. Age, 19. Cultivation, 6th layer of the cognizance realm. Innate talent, bloody poisonous insect A cup ointment, little villain halo, wrathful, selfish. Cultivation method, lifelessness law, mortal form, evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness. Skills, heaven and earth blade art, blade intent, emotionless, heart-hurting arrow, flowing cloud fluttering sleeve. Equipment, nameless paring knife. Spirit familiar, bloody poisonous insect, blood bat locust, swarm. Servants, 108 levels of the Qingyi Tower, incomplete. Inventory, some resources within the storage ring, fragment of Great Villain Halo *4, Blessed Enigma Cauldron, Mysterious Map, Zhou Fan, Mysterious Ring, Long Chen. His villain value had now exceeded 1,000 unknowingly. Observing his substantial savings, he shifted his attention to the enticing items available in the system shop, swiftly making a few selections. The higher sky grade crystal Dao fruit was priced at 10 villain value points per piece. Upon consumption, it could increase the speed of awakening intent realms by 100-fold. Murong Lin decided to purchase 5 of the higher sky grade crystal Dao fruits to try their effects. He also spent 100 villain value to acquire a Blade Dao Stone Tablet to assist him in his Abhij enlightenment. The Blade Dao Stone Tablet was a valuable item at the higher Baron grade, capable of aiding the user in awakening their own Blade Dao Abhij. Subsequently, Murong Lin retreated into seclusion to prepare for the Great Nanyuwanguo tournament, as he had announced to the world. During these days of seclusion, he consumed all of the crystal Dao fruits and sought enlightenment from the Blade Dao Stone Tablet. However, despite his efforts, he could only stabilize his existing blade intent, emotionless, and failed to awaken another blade intent or abhij. This was a significant blow to Murong Lin. "Is my innate talent truly so lacking?" he muttered in disbelief as he emerged from his room. At this moment, cries of joy had already erupted throughout Yan. The excitement in the city was palpable as the enormous flying ship from the 10 great sects, the organizers of the Great Nanyuwanguo tournament, arrived. As the colossal flying ship slowly descended, it cast a large shadow on the ground below. The ship, as massive as half a palace, appeared opulent with dark wood panels contrasting beautifully with golden accents on its exterior, while its interior was concealed from view. The flying ship came to a halt in midair, and a message echoed in the minds of all those present: "The cultivators of Yan who are participating in the tournament, please board the ship." In response, faces throughout the capital lit up with joy, and discussions broke out. While most people didn't intend to board the ship, the sight of it still filled them with excitement. Murong Jiao levitated from the imperial palace, hovering above the capital as he surveyed the scene below. The first to board the ship was the wandering swordsman, Li Yi, and the Willow Sword Saint's younger brother, who were both carried up to the ship by the Willow Sword Saint himself. Lu Sheng looked at his younger brother with a helpless expression and asked, "I'll ask you one last time, do you truly want to participate?" He was well aware of the dangers that awaited in the tournament and was reluctant to let his brother take part. Lu Wu maintained a resolute expression as he replied, "Yes, I do." "Is it because of Sheng Yi?" Lu Sheng inquired. "No, it's for myself," Lu Wu answered. "I simply want to see what the prodigies of this world are like." With a firm grip on his sword, he locked eyes with Li Yi, exchanged a nod, and then turned his attention forward. Both of them were carried by the Willow Sword Saint into the air. With a leap, they swiftly landed within the area under the flying ship's control and were drawn toward the vessel. At the same moment, two other figures approached the flying ship under Murong Jiao's guidance. They were the victors of Yan's internal tournament, Feng Zhe, a wandering cultivator skilled in physical arts, and Chen Wenhao, a member of the foreign Chen clan who practiced psychic arts. Murong Jiao ushered them into the flying ship's influence area, and they entered the vessel. Finally, under the admiring and anticipatory gazes of the onlookers, a lone figure soared into the sky and boarded the flying ship. Chapter 135, Boarding the Ship. The solitary figure who boarded the airborne ship was none other than Murong Lin, under his false identity of Nai Wusheng, the disciple of Naisu. The cultivators operating the array aboard the flying ship were visibly taken aback by the unexpected sight. It wasn't until they could ensure the array's flawless operation that they finally accepted Murong Lin as a legitimate contestant in the upcoming tournament. The flying ship's array served two distinct purposes. One, it possessed the capability to securely draw individuals closer to the ship once they entered its field of influence. Two, it gauged the age of those within its reach, dispatching a lethal verdict upon anyone over the age of 22. This was the intention of the organizers, the 10 great sects. Thus, the young man, who evidently held the power of the sky-reaching realm or possibly even greater, was a surprising addition to the list of participants. Yelan hadn't encountered a participant of Murong Lin's caliber in quite some time. As the operator of the flying ship, Yelan held the esteemed position of being an inner circle disciple of the 100 Cultivation Mountain. His lineage was nothing short of impressive, with his father holding the status of the Great Master of one of the Sex Mountains. Assigned the duty of welcoming tournament participants, Yelan found himself in a role he had performed a decade ago. Yet, during his previous tenure, he had failed to escort a single contender who succeeded in securing a spot within one of the 10 great sects. It was no secret that the neighboring countries in this region lacked the necessary strength to compete at that level. Yelan's jurisdiction encompassed nearly 1,000 countries and 57 influential forces affiliated with the Ridge Fur Alliance. Consequently, he found himself welcoming over 1,000 disciples with each tournament. The number of slots allocated to these countries often reached into the hundreds, if not thousands. With these numbers in mind, the total count of participants in this tournament was easily projected to exceed 10 million, an equivalent to the entire population of a small country. Nonetheless, Yelan's presence this time around held a dual purpose. In addition to his welcoming duties, he was also tasked with identifying potential talents for the 100 Cultivation Mountain, potential disciples whom he could potentially recruit ahead of time. While he couldn't help but feel a certain level of distaste for this kind of action, he couldn't deny that he had noticed several promising talents during his current journey. Inwardly, Yelan contemplated, when the time comes, I'll strike an agreement with them. He continued to steer the flying ship toward the next country. This remarkable flying vessel was a creation of the 100 Cultivation Mountain, boasting the capacity to transport more than 10,000 people. It offered a variety of cultivation and entertainment facilities and was widely regarded as a prized item of lower Baron grade. To most aboard, this lower Baron grade flying ship was the highest grade item they had ever laid eyes upon, instantly sparking excitement and anticipation for the journey ahead. As Murong Lin ventured into the flying ship's sphere of influence, he was promptly drawn into one of its chambers. After a quick survey of his surroundings, he exited the room and entered a hallway bustling with individuals. The 4 participants from Yan who had arrived earlier were gathered there, and upon seeing Murong Lin step out of his room, they approached him with respect and admiration. One of them greeted him, "Big Brother Nai, I've heard so many great things about you." Feng Zhe clasped his hands together, wearing an expression of awe. Chen Wenhao greeted him with a smile, while Lu Wu spared a quick glance at Nai Wusheng before moving toward him. Murong Lin waved his hand, signaling them to dispense with formalities, and asked, "Do you have any idea what's happening here?" Lu Wu's brows furrowed slightly as he responded, "This is a specially prepared flying ship by the 10 great sects. My estimate is that it'll take about 10 days to gather participants from the nearby regions before heading back. It's likely to collect contestants from about 1,000 countries, encompassing a mix of strengths, including countries on par with our own, Yan, as well as the more formidable ones. I estimate there will be around 10,000 participants on board this ship. Once they're all assembled, we can evaluate them ourselves. Murong Lin keenly assessed the strengths of those before him. Both Lu Wu and Li Yifan had reached the fourth layer of the manifestation realm, while Feng Zhe lagged behind at the second layer of the manifestation realm, and he was even 21 years old. However, Chen Wenhao stood out as the most formidable among the four of them, already at the eighth layer of the manifestation realm. Murong Lin found this particularly intriguing. Chen Wenhao, attuned to his surroundings by virtue of his psychic arts, quickly discerned Murong Lin's inquisitive gaze. With a rueful smile, he offered an explanation. My humble Li clan may not wield immense power, but we do enjoy a measure of renown overseas. My clan members are scattered among various participating countries in this tournament, a strategy aimed at ensuring an even distribution of our clan's disciples. Since our clan doesn't align itself with any specific country, we allow our disciples to take part in different countries' tournaments, granting them the opportunity to earn the right to compete in the Great Nanya Wanguo tournament. This way, we avoid the need to eliminate our own disciples and simultaneously contribute to the development of the Chen clan. The Li clan, much like the country of Daling, had a guardian expert in the cognizance realm. As such, Li Wenhao had a deep respect for Murong Lin and willingly shared his gathered information candidly. This year's tournament appears to be exceptionally fierce. The allocated slots of all countries are completely filled, and it's not like previous tournaments where they would send only 3 participants out of the 5 slots assigned to them. Recognizing this shift, our clan decided to send all of us. Murong Lin nodded in understanding, not at all surprised by this decision. Given the protagonists that would emerge in this tournament, it was evident that a multitude of geniuses would participate. With such an abundance of talent, the competition was bound to be fierce, leading to a host of unexpected occurrences. Just then, Li Wenhao's attention was drawn to a group of figures ahead. With an excited wave of his arms, he exclaimed, "Seventh brother! I'm over here!" While assigning rooms to more than 10,000 people might seem like a daunting task, experts in the virtuality realm could effortlessly accomplish such a feat with a mere thought. After all, the 100 cultivation mountains method of refining weapons relied on their mental energy to measure, combine, and refine tens of thousands of ingredients, making such a minor task quite straightforward. Beyond the Abhij realm lay the virtuality realm, marking the first 2 stages of the Abhij Enigma realm. The majority of people residing in this region hailed from the Ridge Fur Alliance. The leadership consisted of 30-odd individuals representing the 3 countries, Daling, Daking, and Dale. The rest of the assembly comprised over 100 participants from the smaller neighboring countries. But the situation wasn't as straightforward as it appeared. Individuals who couldn't secure their place in the top ranks of the 3 great countries would often choose to participate in the tournaments of the surrounding 25 smaller countries, as exemplified by the Li clan. By doing so, they could earn slots in those smaller countries. The Li clan, for instance, secured 2 slots in Dalong and an additional 3 slots in the surrounding countries. Consequently, among the nearly 100 gathered participants, almost half hailed from the 3 great countries. Li Wenhao's 7th brother, who had earned a slot in Daking's tournament, stood out as one of the 2 Li clan members with the right to participate. He boasted cultivation at the 9th layer of the manifestation realm and acted as the de facto leader of the assembled Li clan members. The second leader of the Li clan, who had also secured his participation rights in Daling, was a cultivator at the sky-reaching realm. In addition to them, there were several sky-reaching realm cultivators gathered there. Excluding Murong Lin himself, there were at least 6 sky-reaching realm experts present among the Ridge Fur Alliance's participants. However, Murong Lin's power surpassed theirs. He hadn't disclosed his cognizance realm status to anyone, and moreover, he was already at the 6th layer of that realm. Murong Lin looked at Li Wenhao's 7th brother, who guided them towards Ling Yu, the Prince One of Daling. "Your Highness, these are the participants from Yan. Li Wenhao introduced. Ling Yu nodded and cast a curious glance at Murong Lin before addressing the 5 participants from Yan. Very well, come forward. With this, all 136 participants from the 28 countries affiliated with the Ridge Fur Alliance should be gathered here. Now, I will provide a detailed explanation of this year's tournament. With his words, the Ridge Fur Alliance's participants drew closer to listen intently. Similar to them, the participants from other regions all gathered separately to exchange information, forming a buzzing sea of conversations. This year's tournament will deviate from the previous editions. The sect leaders of the 10 great sects will personally select disciples from among the participants. Chapter 136, Trade. The sect masters of the 10 great sects. Feng Zhe inquired, his expression a mix of surprise and disbelief. Ling Yu affirmed with a nod, indeed, the sect masters of the 10 great sects will personally be present to select disciples. If you perform exceptionally well, you might even have the opportunity to become their direct disciple. Even Ling Yu's excitement was palpable. After all, these were the sect masters of the 10 great sects, each one residing in the Tribulation realm and considered the most formidable individuals on the continent. The gathering crowd instantly buzzed with excitement, their collective excitement overpowering any concerns about the competition's brutal nature and their lack of strength to even survive to the end of the tournament. Murong Lin, on the other hand, stood on the side with a solemn expression, his brows furrowed. What Ling Yu had just disclosed was not part of Sheng Yi's memories. In those memories, there was no mention of sect leaders from the 10 great sects, only a few elders and deacons were present. However, given Ling Yu's unwavering confidence, it was clear that this was a change that had occurred in their timeline, very likely influenced by a protagonist. As Ling Yu continued to address the assembly, he went on to discuss the formidable individuals present on the flying ship alone. The most powerful country this ship will visit is Shixin. Their second prince, Shijimi, is a cognizance realm expert. In addition to him, there are about 10 or so sky-reaching realm experts among their ranks. The Verdant Olive Alliance is similarly formidable, boasting a comparable number of sky-reaching realm experts, as well as a mysterious cognizance realm expert, Wang Chuang. Then there's the East Sea Alliance, boasting an exceptionally skilled cognizance realm expert in the Sword Dao, Sun Qiaolong, and a significant number of Sword Dao prodigies. Murong Lin regarded this information with a peculiar gaze, not expecting to find 3 cognizance realm experts within the participants on this flying ship alone. To him, this was a clear indication of an imminent, significant conflict involving prodigies and exceptional individuals from around the world. In his mind, he recognized the 3 mentioned figures. Ling Yu continued, there are numerous other prodigies and formidable individuals hailing from various regions, and experts in the 9th layer of the sky-reaching realm are plentiful. This tournament promises to be fiercer and more perilous than any before it. Exercise caution, and focus on elevating your own strengths. Like in the past, this tournament will be held in the Heaven Martial Hidden Realm, where participants would be expected to survive for a month. The selection of the strongest 10,000 participants would be based on the quality of their hunts. Remember this well. Within the Hidden Realm, there are countless fortuitous opportunities for us to grow stronger that we must seize. Strive to make it into the top 10,000 ranks to earn the chance of being selected by the 10 great sects. As for the final competition, it's optional, but the top 10 participants will receive substantial rewards. Ling Yu provided additional details about the tournament before distributing the information jade slips to the members of the Ridge Fur Alliance. Subsequently, he retired to his room for cultivation. Meanwhile, a fair number of participants ventured to the marketplace, curious to explore the items that their fellow competitors had made available for trade. While they all represented different alliances, the reality was that they prioritized their own futures over the collective interests of their alliances. To them, they believed that the marketplace might offer valuable items worth purchasing. Murong Lin, accompanied by the other 4 participants from Yan, decided to explore the marketplace as well. The expansive square in the front of the flying ship hosted numerous stalls where people engaged in buying and selling items, all with the permission of Yelan. At this point, thousands of individuals roamed around, examining the goods on display. The ship's resting areas were primarily located at the rear and lower floors, offering ample accommodation for the over 10,000 passengers with the 4 levels of rooms available. Murong Lin carefully observed his surroundings, and once he was satisfied that everything appeared normal, he began to pay particular attention to individuals whom he suspected might be protagonists. More accurately, individuals who were absent from Sheng Yi's memories. However, he understood that he wouldn't find a protagonist relying solely on Sheng Yi's recollections. Li Yifan and Lu Wu made their way to the marketplace area catering to sword Dao cultivators, while Li Wenhao joined his clan members in their exploration. Feng Zhe, on the other hand, ventured into the regions where practitioners of physical arts gathered, in search of items he could acquire. Murong Lin, with no particular destination in mind, strolled around the marketplace area, harboring doubts about the possibility of a fortuitous encounter here. He didn't anticipate finding anything that could significantly enhance his blade Dao either. Eventually, he entered the section of the marketplace dedicated to medicinal pills. After glancing at a few medicinal pills, he found a spot to sit down and began to arrange the items he had obtained in Yan for potential trade. These items had lost their efficacy for him after he advanced to the cognizance realm, so rather than using them, he saw them as valuable resources to be exchanged for spiritual stones. In no time, a white cloth materialized on the ground before him, upon which various spiritual medicines, spiritual fruits, and ingredients for refining pills and equipment covered in his spiritual power floated. While these items didn't exceed the higher sky grade, there was a significant quantity of them. It didn't take long for a crowd of interested individuals to run over. The first to arrive was the pill refiner who had initially set up his stall next to Murong Lin. His gaze was fixed on the dragon ascending crystal fruit in Murong Lin's collection, a higher sky-grade spiritual fruit that Murong Lin had acquired in Yan. It was the highest grade spiritual fruit he had obtained, although it was primarily useful for pill cauldrons rather than for cultivation. The dragon ascending crystal fruit held significant value for pill refiners, as it could elevate the quality of pill cauldrons, enhance the speed of ingredient refinement, and boost the success rate of pill making. To pill refiners, these items were more precious than other higher sky-grade offerings. Mental energy, pill flames, and pill cauldrons were the most vital elements for their craft. The pill refiner's gaze remained locked onto the dragon ascending crystal fruit before Murong Lin. Swallowing with visible anticipation, he eagerly inquired, "Dragon ascending crystal fruit? How many spiritual stones are you selling it for? I want it." Their conversation immediately drew a crowd, with onlookers displaying excitement and amazement. Voices filled the air. "That's a dragon ascending crystal fruit? Is it genuine? A higher sky grade one at that? Look, it's a dark sword grass of higher sky grade. Its juice can enhance the sharpness and hardness of a sword. And there's a lower sky grade brilliance flower with 13 stripes. It can be used to make the heavenly brilliance pill with 13 stripes, which strengthens the mental energy of a sky-reaching realm cultivator. Oh my, there are so many spiritual medicines too." A crowd swiftly gathered around Murong Lin, their eyes fixed on the items before him with unbridled excitement. The initial inquirer, now anxious, pressed, "So, are you selling it or not?" He maintained a calm appearance, but his senses were actively attuned to his surroundings. Some individuals exhibited intense desire, their eyes almost turning red, yet found themselves unable to make a purchase due to their empty pockets. Others gritted their teeth and borrowed money from friends to secure 1 or 2 spiritual medicines that could enhance their strength. A few wealthier attendees directly acquired higher sky-grade spiritual medicines, departing with expressions of joy. The initial inquirer's expression also underwent a transformation as he exhausted all of his available funds to procure a lower sky-grade spiritual medicine. This commotion attracted not only everyone in the pill section but also people from other areas, who approached to inspect Murong Lin's offerings. Among them, Li Yifan and Lu Wu had also drawn near. Upon recognizing that the individual causing such a stir was none other than Nai Wusheng, they exchanged wry smiles. I didn't expect Nai Wusheng to possess the dark sword grass, it's immensely beneficial for our swords. Li Yifan lamented. It's a shame we can't afford it. Lu Wu added with a bitter smile as he gazed enviously at Murong Lin. Standing behind them was a man dressed in black Xuanhuan, carrying two swords on his back. He simply inquired of the two, "Do you happen to be acquainted with the seller?" Chapter 137, Found the Protagonist by Xiao Mo. Li Yifan and Lu Wu's expressions underwent a slight shift as they swiftly turned to check the individual standing behind them. After realizing that this person didn't harbor any malicious intent, they breathed a sigh of relief. They respectfully extended their greetings. "We greet you, brother. The two of us share the same homeland as the seller." On this flying ship, they were naturally considered as people from the same homeland, considering that they were all from Yan. Li Yifan introduced himself, saying, "This humble one is named Li Yifan." Lu Wu followed suit, "This humble one is Lu Wu." With the introductions made, they couldn't help but feel a certain ease around this man. Whether it was the shared experience of being sword cultivators or the black-clothed man's amicable appearance, both Li Yifan and Lu Wu found the stranger to be quite agreeable. The man reciprocated their courtesy by cupping his hands and saying, "This humble one is named by Xiao Mo. I come from the country of Wuang, and I am a swordsman." Li Yifan observed the two swords on Bai Xiao Mo's back and offered a friendly smile. "Wuang isn't very far from our country, Yan." Lu Wu chimed in, "Indeed, we should stay in touch." Bai Xiao Mo, still wearing a friendly smile, responded, "Since the two of you share a homeland with the seller, I can now trust him. Do you happen to know what his strength is like?" Lu Wu replied with uncertainty, "Strength? He should be quite formidable, likely at the 9th layer of the sky-reaching realm." Despite Murong Lin's considerable efforts to obliterate Chu, which involved eliminating many strong cultivators, most people remained unaware of his true power. According to Nai Wusheng's own claim, he was at the 9th layer of the sky-reaching realm. However, those unaware of the full truth were naturally inclined to be skeptical. Bai Xiao Mo nodded in understanding and then proceeded to Murong Lin's stall, purchasing the dark sword grass. While this item was quite important to him, he had initially held back due to his suspicions about Murong Lin potentially tampering with the item. But now, it seemed that those doubts were unfounded. Murong Lin's gaze barely acknowledged Bai Xiao Mo, but beneath his composed exterior, his mind was anything but tranquil. As Murong Lin maintained his lowered head and tried to contain the surprise he felt, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Master has found a protagonist. Name, unknown. Protagonist value, 750. Age, 19. Cultivation, 9th layer of the sky-reaching realm. Innate talent, great protagonist halo, narrow escape from death, unknown. Fug. Great protagonist halo? 750 protagonist value? 2 innate talents. Is this a great protagonist? He hadn't even collected enough fragments to unlock the great villain halo yet, but now, a great protagonist appeared. Did only formidable opponents like this appear once he left the starting village? Murong Lin digested the information presented on the system window speechlessly. While Bai Xiao Mo had introduced himself with this name, the system had shown his name as unknown, and the narrow escape from death innate talent caught his eye as well. Murong Lin speculated that Bai Xiao Mo must be an exceptionally wary protagonist, considering the narrowly escaping death innate talent. His gaze flitted to Bai Xiao Mo's cultivation level, and he couldn't help but be a bit speechless. "I'm Murong Linear," he introduced himself with a smile. While this individual seemed wary, it was apparent that he possessed extraordinary fortune. Murong Lin recalled the few protagonists he had encountered in Yan. Most of them had been woefully poor and lacked good fortune, all except for Sheng Yi, who had left relatively satisfactory memories for him. Bai Xiaomo was somewhat taken aback by Murong Lin's friendly initiative. He had expected the stall owner to be quiet given his interactions with his buyers. While Bai Xiaomo sensed Murong Lin's aura, he couldn't discern anything specific, so he simply waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Nice to meet you." A moment of silence followed before Bai Xiaomo departed. A throng of interested buyers quickly surrounded Murong Lin's stall, making it impossible for him to chase after Bai Xiaomo. However, he harbored no concern about this. They were bound to cross paths again in the future, so he felt no urgency. Murong Lin didn't inflate his prices, unlike other sellers who raised them dramatically in anticipation of the upcoming tournament. His fair prices and quality merchandise attracted a steady stream of customers. In no time, he had sold nearly everything, leaving behind only a few miscellaneous items that were essentially useless. Murong Lin packed up his stall and returned to his room. As he did, more participants continued to board the flying ship. These new arrivals were mostly from smaller countries with fewer participants than Yan. Their faces were filled with excitement as they rushed to their respective alliances or gathered in the marketplace. Not far away, on the highest point of the residential area, a group of individuals observed the bustling marketplace. Shi Jimi, the golden-haired second prince of Shixin, had his gaze fixed on Murong Lin. Confusion laced his voice as he inquired, "Why have I never heard of that powerful individual before?" Sun Qiaolong, a slender figure beside Shi Jimi, shook his head and replied, "It seems like he recently gained his fame, and he's already renowned in the Ridge Fur Alliance. As for his strength, it's rather strange." Wang Chuang, who had pale eyes due to practicing a particular vision technique, chimed in, "It's likely some mysterious secret technique, don't you think?" Despite his altered eyes, his vision was sharp. Shi Jimi clenched his fists. "I asked Senior Yelan personally, and he mentioned that the flying ship would begin its return journey soon. From what I've observed, we appear to be the strongest individuals here." Sun Qiaolong responded with an air of indifference, "Don't forget, we're still nowhere near the level of those individuals." She was, of course, referring to the heavenly prodigies, the most formidable participants in the tournament this time. Wang Chuang's eyes also betrayed a flicker of emotion as he added, "The hidden realm this time may present an opportunity for us." With that, he turned and departed, leaving the other two cognizance realm experts behind. In reality, Wang Chuang had been tracking a particular figure, and it didn't take long for the person he had been tailing to notice him. Bai Xiaomo regarded the man who had been following him warily and spoke, "Sir, do you not know that it's forbidden to engage in combat while aboard the flying ship?" Due to his cautious nature, Bai Xiaomo was well aware of this individual's identity. Wang Chang, a cognizance realm cultivator. Wang Chang's strength far surpassed the true cultivation level that Bai Xiaomo had concealed. Wang Chuang's presence left Bai Xiaomo feeling downcast. He wondered why he kept encountering individuals like this recently. Wang Chuang politely cupped his hands, showing no concern about being discovered. Instead, he calmly explained, "This humble one has come here with the intention of forming an alliance with you, sir." Bai Xiaomo was puzzled and asked, "An alliance? Why?" Wang Chuang explained, "I believe that you have also cultivated a vision technique. When my sea-gazing eyes detected your 9th layer sky-reaching realm cultivation, I knew you were the most suitable person for a particular hidden location within the Heaven Martial Hidden Realm. This location requires 2 individuals with vision techniques to unlock the mechanism outside. I've been searching for someone who possesses both vision arts and considerable strength. So far, you are the most suitable candidate I've found." Bai Xiaomo's eyes gleamed with a faint light, and he nodded emotionlessly. He inquired, "Then, why didn't you search for a suitable candidate in Heaven Martial City after the flying ship docked there?" Heaven Martial City, located outside the Heaven Martial Hidden Realm and in the center of the continent, served as the gathering point for thousands of flying ships carrying millions of participants. It was here that the top 10,000 participants selected from the hidden realm would compete. In his eyes, Wang Chuang could have found a more suitable partner among the many cognizance realm experts gathered in Heaven Martial City then. Wang Chuang replied, "No, I genuinely believe you are the most suitable candidate. I can sense from your aura that you are a trustworthy person." The two continued to converse, building a closer relationship before exchanging their communication spiritual talismans and returning to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, Yelan had also extended an invitation to Murong Lin and the others. On the surface, Murong Lin's cultivation was at the first realm of the cognizance realm, similar to the three others. They were seated at the table Yelan had prepared for them, their expressions cautious. Chapter 138, Heaven Martial City. Yelan, wearing the typical uniform of a 100 cultivation mountain disciple, sat in front of the group. Observing their wariness, he offered a slight smile and said, "No need to be so anxious. There might come a time when you all have to call me your senior brother." He was subtly hinting at the possibilities. Murong Lin, the first to relax, respectfully replied with cupped hands, "Senior Yelan, you jest. Simply entering the top 10,000 rankings is already a great honor for someone like me." Sun Qiaolong also smiled and added, "That's right. Senior Ye belongs to the 100 Cultivation Mountain sect, the holy land of equipment forging." Delighted by their praise, Yelan's expression softened, "You don't have to address me as senior. It makes me sound so old. Why not simply call me senior brother yet?" The four of them exchanged glances before respectfully addressing him, "We greet senior brother yet." Yelan went on to share some interesting details about the 100 Cultivation Mountain, including the fact that its territory was located in a land of volcanoes. There were a total of 100 mountains within the 100 Cultivation Mountain, each of them an active volcano that could be used for equipment forging. Additionally, every mountain had a great blacksmith master capable of forging baron-grade spiritual equipment. Furthermore, the sect also possessed the 100 Depository Hidden Realm, which contained a plethora of ingredients for equipment forging and opportunities for fortuitous encounters. These qualities made the 100 Cultivation Mountain a paradise for those who enjoyed equipment forging. The sect also had advantages in other areas. They had a sword hall that attracted sword-cultivating disciples and a physique hall for those practicing physique arts. Yelan shared these positive aspects without any pressure, merely hoping the participants before him would consider them. After the strongest 10,000 participants have been selected, even if none of you choose to enter the competition, you can still apply to join our 100 Cultivation Mountain. Yelan informed them before concluding the gathering. As the assembly began to disperse, Sun Qiaolong's curiosity was piqued by the blade strapped to Murong Lin's back. Wang Chuang, too, couldn't help but cast an inquisitive glance at Murong Lin. Whether it was Bai Xiaomo or Murong Lin, he was unable to discern their true strength. Murong Lin paid no mind to the curious gazes directed his way. His brows were furrowed as he contemplated which sect to choose. Among the 10 great sects, the ones that resonated most with him were the odd sects, the Desolate Sect, the Moon Prayer Pagoda, and the Dark Demon Alliance. As he gazed out into the surroundings, their flying ship sailed gracefully through the skies, enveloped by a sea of clouds. The sights were akin to the divine realm itself, with the radiant moon hanging exceptionally large in the night sky, surrounded by a myriad of stars. However, the frigid temperatures that pierced the air posed no challenge for cultivators of their caliber. The country of Yan was located at the border of the vast continent, and thus, it swiftly gathered the remaining participants for their journey to the central hub of the continent, the Heaven Martial City. Their ship, equipped with inscribed arrays on both its surface and the vicinity of a nearby wormhole, promised an expedited voyage. The inscriptions on the ship's surface slowly began to manifest, obscuring the vessel as it ventured into the wormhole. The passengers found themselves surrounded by impenetrable darkness, their view suddenly vanishing. As they traversed the wormhole, most participants retreated to their chambers to focus on their cultivation. After all, they were on the brink of entering the hidden realm in just a few days. Yelan expertly guided the flying ship through the relatively stable wormhole. Although these shortcuts drastically reduced travel time, they were far from perfect. At most, they could shave off a year's journey to a mere 5 or 6 days, depositing them in the vicinity of the Heaven Martial City. Still, it would take several more days before they could reach their final destination within the city itself. Murong Lin sat in his room, his senses honed on the aura emanating from the Blade Dao stone tablet. Despite having consumed the crystal Dao fruits some time ago, he could not discern anything. There was no blade intent, nor any abhij. At best, he had conceptualized the sixth blade of his heaven and earth blade art, and he eagerly anticipated testing this new technique once they entered the hidden realm. Over the past few days, Bai Xiaomo had also remained secluded in his room. Suddenly, a thunderous boom shook the ship, jolting everyone out of their meditative states. Yelan's voice, channeled through the inscribed arrays throughout the vessel, reverberated throughout. "We have arrived at Heaven Martial City. Everyone, please disembark the ship and proceed to the tournament area for registration. You will all enter the hidden realm in 3 days." Murong Lin hurriedly dashed out of his room, but the hallways were already teeming with fellow cultivators. The people from Yan, equally eager, made their way to the platform at the ship's bow, where they could witness the distant spectacle of Heaven Martial City, their faces lit with anticipation. Murong Lin's excitement bubbled over, especially as he observed the strikingly different architectural style of Heaven Martial City compared to his homeland of Yan. The city's design resembled the steampunk aesthetic from his previous life, although Heaven Martial City lacked the smog and steam. Towering buildings dotted the landscape, some of them stretching hundreds of stories high at the city's heart. In the sky, numerous sky-reaching realm cultivators soared, their figures intertwined with small-scale personal flying spiritual equipment that danced in the air. Numerous levitating platforms held aloft by intricate arrays crisscrossed the skies, allowing people to traverse the city both in the air and on the ground. Yelan deftly guided the ship toward the rooftop of the central skyscraper, bringing it to a gentle stop. Following Yelan's guidance, everyone disembarked from the ship as the sky-reaching realm cultivators gracefully took flight, landing on the building. Murong Lin couldn't help but take in the breathtaking cityscape. 8 more colossal buildings, similar to the central skyscraper, stretched out in a neat row, interconnected by numerous bridges. The participants began to make their way forward. To descend from the skyscraper, they had to pass through an array designed to examine their bone age and identities as a precaution. Fortunately, incidents were rare, and soon, everyone received their own token, a pass that granted access to the forthcoming activities in Heaven Martial City. These tokens would also serve as their identification for the upcoming competition. Murong Lin held his token in hand and glanced at the other participants from Yan, including Li Yifan and his group. After they collected their tokens, they departed with their fellow Ridge Fur Alliance members to their predetermined resting location. Heaven Martial City was divided into different sectors. About 10% was allocated to residential areas, 20% to entertainment, and the remaining 70% was dedicated to commerce. Even during the off-seasons of the Great Nanyuanguo tournament, this city remained one of the top 3 most extravagant places on the Nanya continent. Murong Lin and the Ridge Fur Alliance members descended from the skyscraper, where the interior housed the offices of the 10 great sects. Standing in the modern and sleek spiritual elevator, Murong Lin descended to the first floor. Once he exited the building, he found his surroundings eerily reminiscent of the 21st century, invoking a sense of familiarity. His expression remained composed, contrasting sharply with the astonished onlookers. As nothing struck him as peculiar, he continued to follow the group. The streets appeared to have few ground-level traffic rules, with numerous people strolling about while engaged in animated conversations. The sight before him bore a striking resemblance to a bustling commercial district. Without delay, Murong Lin and his companions reached their hotel. The group, numbering over 100 people, entered with confidence, only to discover that the hotel owner was a formidable cognizance realm expert. In an instant, their demeanor shifted to one of respect. The cognizance realm expert, Ling Yu Chao, was chewing away at something in his mouth as he respectfully greeted them with cupped hands. "I was awaiting your check-in. Your rooms are in the bright eastern area, with a total of 150 rooms available for your selection. Young brother, I can tell at a glance that you've come here to join one of the 10 great sects, am I correct?" Ling Yu Chao paused to swallow whatever food he had in his mouth before addressing the last part of his statement to Murong Lin. Murong Lin observed the hotel uncle, who had a rather perverted expression, and replied, "Indeed, you're right. Why do you ask?" Ling Yu Chao and the others simply cast a glance at Murong Lin before turning to head upstairs. After all, it was clear that Murong Lin possessed exceptional strength, making it difficult for anyone to harbor envy. The hotel uncle rubbed his hands together as he looked at Murong Lin. "I'm well acquainted with this city, Martial Heaven. I also have an in-depth understanding of the prodigies vying for the top spot in this tournament, the notable shops in the city, and the marketplaces worth visiting. This humble one possesses a comprehensive map of everything." Murong Lin rolled his eyes and asked, "Bring it here, how much is it?" Chapter 139, Found the protagonist Xiao Dong. The transaction was swift, with money and the item changing hands simultaneously. The cost of the detailed report from the hotel uncle was substantial, enough to purchase one piece of spiritual equipment of lower sky grade for Murong Lin. This high price point was precisely why he had refrained from discussing it with Ling Yu and the others, as it was unlikely they could afford it. However, Murong Lin remained unperturbed by the exorbitant cost. To him, this item could lead him to a protagonist. With deliberate slowness, he brought the jade tablet to his forehead, allowing the contained information to flow into his mind. Instantly, Murong Lin absorbed a wealth of knowledge. Heaven Martial City, one of the top 3 most extravagant cities on the continent, had always been under the jurisdiction of the 10 great sects. Their heightened attention to the upcoming tournament had infused the entire city with an atmosphere of heightened intensity. The city was host to auctions held nearly every hour, with thousands of participants in each event. In the next 2 days, a day before the tournament's commencement, there would be a mega auction expected to draw more than 1 million participants. As the analysis of various influential forces unfolded, the promising participants of the upcoming tournament slowly emerged. These were individuals capable of contending for the top 10 ranks, and there were already close to 10 participants at the Abhij realm before the tournament even began. Among them were numerous experts at the pinnacle of the cognizance realm who had intentionally suppressed their ascension in order to awaken their Abhijis. Murong Lin scrutinized the names on the list, but despite his anticipation, he received no notification of having found a protagonist. Among the Abhij realm experts were notable names such as Yu Longteng of Dayu, who had unlocked the Ice Abhij, Zhou Xiantong of Bahai with the Thunder Abhij, and Nan 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 of K, possessing the Swiftness Abhij, among 6 other enigmatic Abhij realm experts. Murong Lin quickly glanced through the information of these famous individuals before shifting his focus toward beautiful and formidable female cultivators, hoping to identify potential main characters who might be associated with them. He then explored the dark horse rankings at the very end of the list. Here, commoners with humble backgrounds who had rapidly advanced in their cultivations or individuals with extraordinary talents were showcased. Unexpectedly, he found Bai Xiaomo's name in this section. Murong Lin was intrigued, reading a brief description that mentioned Bai Xiaomo's fame in the country of Wuiang. Of unknown origins, he possesses a gentle personality that avoids conflicts with others. However, his exceptionally good luck has earned him public respect. In simpler terms, it meant that nobody dared to provoke him, and anyone who had done so had met a grim fate. Murong Lin couldn't help but conclude that Bai Xiaomo appeared to be an ominous character. At the very end of the list, Murong Lin spotted his own name. However, it was a simple entry that merely included his name and an estimated cultivation level in the cognizance realm, lacking any additional intriguing details. This was unsurprising, as Murong Lin was not Nai Wu Sheng. He took a moment to digest this information before making his way to the marketplace. As the Great Nanyuanguo tournament drew near, most people began importing items that might attract the attention of the tournament's participants. As he walked the streets, Murong Lin couldn't help but notice the peculiar expressions on the faces of those passing by. Occasionally, groups of merchants entered the city with looks of shock or helplessness. Murong Lin entered a sizable marketplace unaffiliated with the 10 great sects and immersed himself in the bustling crowd. Come and see. The finest spiritual medicines and pills. Come and see. Products from the 100 Cultivation Mountain. Top-notch spiritual arrays and talismans. Infuse them with your spiritual power for immediate use. Don't miss out. We even have sky and earth grade items. Powerful spirit familiars and beasts. Utterly obedient. If they're weak, we offer full refunds. The shouts from these vendors reminded Murong Lin of his previous life, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the familiarity. However, these were only the merchants selling goods on the ground outside, while the renowned shops and influential forces conducted their business within the towering skyscrapers. Naturally, Murong Lin couldn't resist the allure of fortuitous encounters. He followed the memories he had absorbed from Sheng Yi, swiftly reaching the closest one. Boss! How much for these meow flower seeds? The stall owner, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly introduced the product. Meow flower seeds are exceptionally rare spiritual seeds at the higher earth grade, and they can be used immediately. Each bag contains 50 seeds, and it comes to a total of 1,000 spiritual stones. Without haggling, Murong Lin simply surveyed the merchandise before nodding. I'll take them all, 5 bags, right? Here, 5,000 spiritual stones. The stall owner examined the token and bag of holding Murong Lin handed over, then promptly completed the transaction, beaming with delight. After securing the 5 bags, Murong Lin's outward calm concealed the excitement he felt within. Among these meow flower seeds, there was one of higher sky grade, capable of significantly expediting the awakening process for the intent realm, a highly advantageous asset for someone at the cognizance realm. It came at the exact same price as the Dao crystal fruits in the system shop, costing 10 villain value. He continued his journey towards other fortuitous encounters that could either enhance his strength or be sold at high prices, seizing each opportunity for himself. In this brief excursion, he acquired a higher Baron grade primordial spirit crystal from a demonic beast, a tome of a dark attributed spiritual technique at the higher Baron grade, a fragment of a lower vast grade spiritual equipment, and 6 other spiritual items at the higher sky grade. Only at the very end of his journey did he encounter someone. It was a venue for stone betting, and just like every other novel, a fortuitous encounter was hidden here in an ordinary-looking little stone. Upon his arrival, he spotted a person who had already obtained the stone and was in the process of negotiating with the seller. The individual, dressed in white, was accompanied by a small entourage who eagerly observed as he acquired the inconspicuous stone. Murong Lin took a step closer, inquiring somewhat petulantly to the person next to him, "N? What's going on? Why is everyone so excited?" Had they all realized that this person might be the main character? As he examined the notification from the system, his brow furrowed. Ding! Master has found a protagonist. Name, unknown. Protagonist value, 200. Age, 20. Cultivation, 3rd layer of the cognizance realm. Innate talent, little protagonist halo, devourment. Having glimpsed the innate talent of his newly discovered protagonist, Murong Lin began to piece together the individual's background. It was clear that this person had a penchant for devouring and face-slapping everything in his path, just as he was doing at this very moment. The man, whose shoulder Murong Lin had struck, turned around in anger. However, upon sensing the cognizance realm aura emanating from Murong Lin, he quickly altered his expression into a friendly smile. "Senior, are you not aware That purple-haired young man is Zhou Xianzi, the younger brother of the purple lightning god, Zhou Xiantong. He's at the 5th layer of the cognizance realm and is known for his irritable temperament. On the other side is the treasure hunter Xiao Dong, who has recently gained some fame. Despite being only in the 3rd layer of the cognizance realm, he possesses a remarkable talent for discovering hidden treasures. The two of them had placed a bet in front of the descending Dawn Fairy. Their challenge was to find a valuable item among these stones. With this information, Murong Lin learned the name of his protagonist, Xiao Dong. He believed that with the innate talent of devourment, Xiao Dong could indeed discover numerous valuable items. The key to devourment was understanding what one was consuming, and while most stones used in betting could block out divine senses and even abhijis, they couldn't withstand the devouring ability of a protagonist. The descending Dawn Fairy referred to a female cultivator named Luo Miao Miao, who was in the 5th layer of the cognizance realm. She was a figure mentioned in the information provided by the hotel owner, known as a well-connected socialite one. At this moment, the protagonist Xiao Dong had already reached the exciting face-slapping scene. Hello, this word used in Chinese, can be referred to people who are socialites, or courtesans. It is not clear which she is being referred to, but her title of fairy is similar to the courtesans that were referred to during the earliest chapters. For now, I will leave it as socialite with the context that I have. Chapter 140, Ancient Dao Heavenly Demon. Xiao Dong, who was dressed in white, gently lifted the stone in his hand as he turned to ask Zhou Xianzi, "Have you already chosen your 3 stones?" "I'm already done here." There were 2 more large stones placed at his side as he stared down the individual with a prideful expression before him. The man patted his own 3 large stones on the ground as well, smiling at Xiao Dong, "Of course. We've already agreed that whoever loses here will have to strip naked and run 3 rounds around this marketplace, got it?" He looked at the stone betting master he had invited over with confidence, before turning to look at Xiao Dong provocatively. The corners of Xiao Dong's lips raised slightly, "Of course." The 2 of them placed their stones in front of the seller, and after paying the price, they hurriedly had the boss help to crack them open. The seller also called over a few helpers to help crack open these stones. The crowd gathered around Xiao Dong and Zhou Xianzi, while Luo Miao Miao stood in the center of the 2 individuals. The first stone has already been split. It's young Sir Zhou's. The lower sky-grade Dragon Dao Control Crystal, worth 300,000 spiritual stones. Zhou Xianzi's lips curled as he looked provocatively at Xiao Dong. "It might be best for you to admit defeat now, lest you lose and lack the courage to run later." In the realm of stone betting, a 1-grade difference was significant, and most of the treasures found within these stones were typically in the earth grade. Therefore, Zhou Xianzi's bet on a lower sky grade spiritual ore was considered an excellent start. The stone betting master next to him appeared to puff out his chest, exuding a sense of pride. However, his thinning hair did little to inspire reverence in anyone. Xiao Dong's expression remained unchanged in response to Zhou Xianzi's provocation. Instead, he glanced behind him, contemplating the contents of the stone he had chosen that he couldn't quite discern. "The second one is open. It belongs to young Sir Xiao. It's a lower sky grade transformative marrow elixir, valued at 700 spiritual stones." 700 spiritual stones. This amount was more than doubled the value of Zhou Xianzi's find. The crowd was momentarily stunned and then erupted into fervent discussions. On the other hand, Zhou Xianzi's complexion soured as he regarded Xiao Dong indignantly, saying, "These are only the first stones, don't get too excited. The outcome is not yet determined." Xiao Dong responded with a smile. Subsequently, "The third stone is open. It belongs to young Sir Zhou. It's a lower sky grade falcon origins, valued at 150,000 spiritual stones. The fourth item belongs to young Sir Zhou. It's a higher sky grade spiritual fire from the flame spirit, valued at 300,000 spiritual stones." The crowd erupted in excitement. A spiritual fire. The highly sought-after spiritual fire by pill refiners. No one had anticipated the discovery of a spiritual fire here, and the outcome of this match exceeded their expectations. The stone betting master continued, the fifth item belongs to young Sir Xiao. It's a higher sky grade soul-opening pearl, valued at 500 spiritual stones. At this point, a smile graced Zhou Xianzi's face as he gazed at Xiao Dong. It seems that I've secured a better overall value. What do you think? Xiao Dong made no effort to dispute his words, instead turning to examine the final piece behind him, the one he believed held the highest value. With a smile, he addressed Zhou Xianzi. You need not worry, sir. In response, Zhou Xianzi gave a disdainful snort and ceased conversing with Xiao Dong. He turned to Luo Miao Miao, who stood beside him, and commented with a grin, "See, that guy is indeed losing." A smirk played across Luo Miao Miao's face as she remained silent. Throughout this entire process, Murong Lin closely observed Xiao Dong, meticulously analyzing his personality. Xiao Dong appeared self-assured and outspoken. These kinds of protagonists came in two distinct varieties, those who were strong and could dominate with their personal power, and those who relied on luck to assert their dominance. At this point, the third stone chosen by Xiao Dong was opened. The seller gazed at the item in astonishment, his expression contorted. The sixth item belongs to young Sir Xiao. Heavenly Demon Soldier Pellet, a lower Baron grade. The surrounding onlookers were equally stunned when they saw the revealed item and shouted in disbelief. The Heavenly Demon Soldier Pellet? Is it really the Heavenly Demon Soldier Pellet? Oh my heavens! This is the Heavenly Demon Soldier Pellet? A lower Baron grade Heavenly Demon Soldier Pellet. Could it be? How could it be the Heavenly Demon Soldier Pellet? Wait, what exactly is the Heavenly Demon Soldier Pellet? Someone turned to the last speaker, who looked bewildered, and started to mock him. You don't know about the Heavenly Demon Soldier Pellet? Have you at least heard of the Ancient Dao Heavenly Demon? Ancient Dao Heavenly Demon. The puzzled onlookers immediately recalled. A millennium ago, a formidable demon known as the Ancient Dao Heavenly Demon had emerged in the great Manhua continent. He had reached the Tribulation Realm and was renowned for his mastery of various Taoist sorceries. The Soldier Pellet was one of his many creations, resembling a form of sorcery capable of conjuring soldiers from scattering beans. The Heavenly Demon Soldier Pellet was a creation of the Ancient Dao Heavenly Demon, comprised of elements such as spiritual techniques, spiritual equipment, and spiritual arrays. Injecting dark attributed spiritual power into this small pellet would summon a puppet with combat abilities at the Abhij realm level. Although the puppet didn't possess a genuine Abhij, its combat capabilities were equivalent to that realm. The Ancient Dao Heavenly Demon had more than 100 of these Heavenly Demon Soldier Pellets, a testament to his immense strength. However, the Ancient Dao Heavenly Demon had incurred the enmity of numerous factions and even harmed disciples from the 10 great sects. In a united effort led by the Dragon Tiger Hall and the Dark Demon Alliance, they completely obliterated the mountain where the Ancient Dao Heavenly Demon resided. This battle led to the destruction of the territories of 3 entire nations, reducing the surrounding 1,000 li to rubble and resulting in a death toll exceeding 1 billion. With that, the Ancient Dao Heavenly Demon disappeared forever, and the remaining Heavenly Demon Soldier Pellets were scattered across the continent. The higher Baron grade Heavenly Demon Dao classics were also divided into 9 volumes and scattered throughout the continent. In recent years, there have been occasional reports of individuals acquiring volumes of the Heavenly Demon Dao classics, sparking turmoil in various regions. Even the Moon Prayer Pagoda had managed to obtain one of these volumes. The crowd was visibly agitated as they gazed at the Heavenly Demon Soldier Pellet before them. After all, this was an item capable of summoning an Abhij realm puppet with the infusion of dark attributed spiritual power. The spectators' eyes reddened as they engaged in frantic discussions. Some even stepped forward and inquired, "Master Xiao, are you selling this Heavenly Demon Soldier Pellet? I'll offer 10 spiritual crystals." Spiritual crystals held a higher value than spiritual stones, with each spiritual crystal worth 10 million spiritual stones. This man had offered 100 million spiritual stones at once, shocking everyone. However, this price was still quite reasonable. After all, the heavenly demon soldier pellet was known to possess the combat power of an Abhij expert. The surrounding people began to raise their bids. I'll pay 11 spiritual crystals. 12 spiritual crystals. I'll pay 12 spiritual crystals and 1 million spiritual stones. These were all tournament participants with significant resources, and they couldn't resist the allure of an item that could significantly enhance their chances of victory. Xiao Dong didn't immediately respond to these offers. Instead, he turned to Zhou Xianzai with a smug expression and said, "Look at this, it appears you've lost, right?" Xiao Dong raised his chin slightly as he observed Zhou Xianzai. Zhou Xianzai's complexion had turned unsightly, and he glanced around nervously. In a fit of anger, he slapped the stone betting master beside him and shouted, "It's all because of you. You've made me a laughingstock." The stone betting master had relatively weak cultivation, and Zhou Xianzi's slap caused the clothes on his body to explode as he was sent tumbling into the crowd. The crowd moved aside as some mocked him, discussed the incident, and ridiculed him. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed Zhou Xianzai quietly slipping away into the crowd. As for Luo Miao Miao, she cast a peculiar gaze at Xiao Dong before departing. Even she couldn't afford to provoke Zhou Xianzai. Xiao Dong watched Zhou Xianzi's disgruntled departure with a faint smile. After realizing that Luo Miao Miao had also left, he approached the seller in disappointment and retrieved his heavenly demon soldier pellet, showing no intention of selling it. Murong Lin looked at his back, completely indifferent to the fact that something he coveted was just taken away. Instead, he began to strategize. What a shame, he's too engrossed in the opposite sex. Chapter 141, Start of the Auction. In the course of the next 2 days, Murong Lin tirelessly combed through Heaven Martial City in pursuit of fortuitous encounters, guided by the locations imprinted in his memory. His relentless efforts yielded an impressive collection of sky-grade spiritual items, and he even managed to acquire several Baron-grade spiritual treasures. Despite his substantial haul, none of these items had the power to significantly elevate his strength in a short span of time. Consequently, his cultivation remained in the 6th layer of the cognizance realm. From exploring the quaint stalls lining the city's sidewalks to attending high-profile auctions and visiting various shops, Murong Lin's figure traversed throughout Heaven Martial City. Regrettably, he never crossed paths with the two protagonists. As the last day before the commencement of the Great Nanyuanguo tournament arrived, Murong Lin was dressed in green as he held a fan in one hand, balancing a teacup on its tip. He appeared to effortlessly float in midair, gliding through one of the entrances of the auction house. Within the auction house, numerous formidable overseers and managers exuded auras that exceeded the Abhij realm. Their presence alone acted as an imposing deterrent to any would-be troublemakers. Murong Lin gauged their power, finding it to be roughly equivalent to that of Yelan, the disciple of the 100 Cultivation Mountain. This revelation indicated that these decans from the 10 great sects were all in the virtuality realm. The virtuality realm stood at a level above the Abhij realm, distinguished by its unique ability to manipulate space itself, tearing it apart to enable practitioners to traverse short distances. This was a far cry from conventional wormholes, as it involved exploiting minuscule rifts in space, allowing for virtually instantaneous travel. Murong Lin exchanged 1,000 spiritual stones with an attendant at the entrance and stepped into the opulent auction house. True to its prestigious standing, this auction house in the grandest city on the continent exuded an aura of extravagance. Within the grand venue, not all seats were grounded, some were suspended in mid-air. At the heart of the venue, a floating auction platform loomed 3 stories above the ground, with parallel rows of 1 million seats, along with an additional 100,000 seats at even greater heights. These seats were organized in circular tiers around the central platform, and high above them all, numerous platforms accommodated tens of thousands of spectators. At the apex were 1,000 private rooms, each requiring only a single spiritual crystal for entry. The affluent disciples of the influential factions didn't hesitate to spend this paltry sum, quickly filling up these rooms. Murong Lin, however, sought a more modest platform and secured a seat, though even that came at the cost of 10,000 spiritual stones. How are they this skilled at amassing wealth? He mused, his remark escaping his lips as he completed his payment and secured a seat. What he soon realized was that every seat provided an unobstructed view of the central auction platform. By the time he settled in, the auctioneer had already begun to auction off a few smaller items to set the stage. The higher earth level Tong Xin Ming Dan 100,000 spiritual stones. Sold. The sale of 3 manifestation realm demonic beast cubs, capable of evolving into sky-reaching realm golden armor bellowing beasts, 1.5 million spiritual stones. Sold. 10 pieces of gamble stones from the Void Sea, their fortuitous encounters holding infinite potential. 3 million spiritual stones. Sold. Murong Lin observed the small elderly auctioneer who enthusiastically conducted the auction, his white beard swaying in the air as he animatedly gestured. His attention eventually shifted towards the surroundings, and he quickly identified Xiao Dong seated in the front row. Given Xiao Dong's strength at the 3rd layer of the cognizance realm, he was an unmistakable figure among the excited attendees. Xiao Dong donned white attire and sported a headscarf, clearly a handcrafted item likely made by a maiden. Murong Lin observed as Xiao Dong's eyes were filled with emotion, and he noticed that the object of his affection was none other than the woman sitting beside him. To his surprise, this woman was Lu Miao Miao, known as the Descending Dawn Fairy. Her illustrious title contrasted with her less than amiable personality as a socialite. Yet, in the presence of the protagonist Halo, it appeared as if anything was redeemable. Murong Lin surmised that Luo Miao Miao might have resorted to tears and tantrums, eventually becoming a confidant of Xiao Dong. In his experience, Xiao Dong was the most lustful protagonist he had encountered thus far. He gazed helplessly at Xiao Dong, who had drawn numerous envious and admiring looks from the people around him. Murong Lin mumbled to himself, "Xiao Dong, oh, Xiao Dong. You're courting death all on your own here, don't blame me." Suddenly, a commotion arose from the side. Murong Lin turned his attention to the source and noticed that it was Shi Jimi from Shixin and Shi Qiaolong from the East Sea Alliance. Both were practitioners at the 1st or 2nd layer of the cognizance realm. "Hey! I didn't expect Brother Xie to be seated here as well," Shi Jimi exclaimed, waving his arm excitedly as he and Shi Qiaolong made their way over to sit beside Murong Lin. It was clear that the two of them had already formed an alliance, and they were both fixated on Murong Lin. Shi Jimi, following Murong Lin's gaze, looked at Xiao Dong as well, who was radiating self-assured confidence. He smiled and said, "Brother Nai, don't you find that fellow, Xiao Dong, rather intriguing?" Murong Lin locked eyes with Shi Jimi, paused for a moment, and then smiled in agreement, "Indeed. I've never encountered such an intriguing individual before." Shi Jimi nodded in agreement and began to provide some insight, saying, "Xiao Dong may have gained recognition in the stone betting scene as a master, but they're all insignificant tricks. He's already offended Zhou Xianzai, the younger brother of Zhou Xiantong, and stirred up conflicts with quite a few people. Once he enters the heaven martial hidden realm, he's likely to face a miserable demise." Murong Lin nodded, "You're absolutely right. By the way, where did Brother Wang go?" he inquired of the two. Shi Jimi and Shi Qiaolong's expressions shifted with a hint of anger and embarrassment as they explained, "That fellow, Wang Chuang, left with someone named Bai Xiao Mo. We're not entirely sure what they're up to." Bai Xiao Mo. Murong Lin's gaze shifted as realization dawned on him. It all made sense now. Bai Xiao Mo and Wang Chuang had teamed up. They were likely present in this very auction house. However, it remained unclear whether they had altered their appearances or manipulated their soul's aura in some way. Unable to locate Bai Xiao Mo, Murong Lin decided to cease his search. At this juncture, the auction event was approaching its main proceedings. As the white-haired old man departed from the stage, an elegant and captivating woman gracefully glided onto it. She wore a pink dress, and her spiritual power radiated, causing occasional petals to descend. Her pink-hued aura surged, instantly captivating the hearts of numerous audience members. Wow, she's so breathtaking. I'm dying. Goodness. Is she a fairy? I wish I could marry her. SHH. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you even know who she is? How audacious can your fantasies get? Who is she? The red and pink fairy. Have you at least heard that name before? Murong Lin, too, fixed his gaze on the woman who had taken the stage. He felt a peculiar sensation, which made his brows furrow. Observing his perplexed expression, Shijimi chuckled with a mysterious glint in his eyes. Hey, Brother Nai, do you also sense that something's off about this woman? Murong Lin nodded and turned to the robust man beside him, saying, You're right. It feels like her aura isn't quite human, it's rather unusual. In Murong Lin's perception, there was a distinct difference in her aura compared to humans, yet it didn't resemble that of a demonic beast either. Could it be? Shijimi proceeded to enlighten him. Her name is Diwuhuo, and she possesses a spiritual physique known as the red-pink skeleton. These kinds of spiritual physiques are found only in the offspring of humans and the bone race. In other words, Diwuhuo is neither a human, demonic beast, nor part of the skeleton race. She belongs to a unique species. Chapter 142, The Red-Pink Skeleton, Diwuhuo. There was a time when love transcended the realm of the young and the naive among humans. Sometimes, love also blossomed between humans and other races. It was as if Diwuhuo's parents had once experienced such a connection, despite the fact that they had abandoned her long ago. Nevertheless, she often imagined their first encounter, the origin of her existence. She had been adopted by humans, then sold, adopted once more, and subsequently sold again. Her life had been marked by exile and hardship until she found refuge under the care of a prominent figure. Only then did she experience a glimmer of what it felt like to be in a place of safety. She had no insight into the thoughts of this influential individual, nor did she wish to. Diwuhuo exerted every ounce of her strength to clear her mind, resisting the urge to overthink or delve into the mysteries of her benefactor. Though her appearance was indistinguishable from that of a human, Diwuhuo was acutely aware that the bones within her body, her very skeleton, teetered on the precipice of bursting through her very form. She knew that the moment her transformation was complete, she would fully become a red-pink skeleton. Her eyes reflected a complex blend of sadness and hope. Murong Lin had seen these eyes before, in the likes of Xiao Dai. Murong Lin accessed the information on the red-pink skeleton within his system, scrutinizing it meticulously alongside Diwuhuo's condition. Aware of the subtle influence she had exerted on the crowd due to her red-pink skeleton, Diwuhuo's gaze swept slowly across the audience. With a gentle retraction of her gaze, a faint smile graced the corners of her lips. She clapped her hands together and addressed the audience, saying, I extend a warm welcome to everyone at today's most extravagant auction event, the Heaven Martial Auction. This humble one, Diwuhuo, will be assisting in conducting this auction for your enjoyment. The audience erupted in cheers, welcoming Diwuhuo with open arms. Those with weaker cultivations were virtually unable to contain the drool that threatened to leak out of their mouths, and there were even a few individuals who reached into their pants. Meanwhile, the women in the audience couldn't help but cast envious glances at Diwuhuo's alluring form. Her pink figure made her a captivating sight on the stage. Even Xiao Dong couldn't avert his gaze from Diwuhuo, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Luo Miao Miao, seated behind him, grabbed his ear and chided, You damned pig! What are you staring at? She nestled into his arms, embracing Xiao Dong tightly. She had previously been torn between choosing Xiao Dong and Zhou Xianzai. However, after witnessing Zhou Xianzi's violent temper and facing rejection from his family, she had no choice but to turn her affection toward Xiao Dong. She put on a facade of a misunderstood and pitiable woman, quickly capturing the self-assured Xiao Dong's affections. It took just one drunken accident to forge a connection between them. The chauvinistic Xiao Dong immediately considered Luo Miao Miao as his woman and has kept her by his side ever since. Over the past few days, he had used his power of devourment to acquire a considerable number of treasures, further fueling Luo Miao Miao's excitement. Yet, she still maintained her facade, saying things like, "I'm not a materialistic woman who's with you for these items. I simply appreciate the way you pamper and treat me like a lady." Xiao Dong quickly consoled the woman in his arms, "I wasn't looking at her. By the way, don't you think the dress she's wearing is very lovely? Should I buy one for you too?" In reality, he was just lying. The moment Xiao Dong laid eyes on De Wuhuo, his devourment ability surged to life, and an insatiable hunger overcame him. He recognized that the woman before him was worthy of being devoured by him. The only other instance when he had felt such a sensation was when he discovered the Heaven Hero's spiritual fruit. After consuming it, his innate potential had multiplied tenfold. Nov. L. B //JNN. Do I really need to devour a human? Perhaps not. Maybe all I need is a drop of her blood, or if I make her mine, there could be other benefits in it for me. Confident in his abilities, he believed he could easily obtain what he desired. On the other hand, De Wuhuo had already commenced the bidding. The first item for auction is the higher sky-grade bamboo of deceit. Consuming it can elevate a cognizance realm cultivator's strength by an entire level. With the great Nanya Wanguo tournament beginning tomorrow, I'm sure this item must be exceedingly tempting for those in the cognizance realm, right? Let's start the bidding at 10 million spiritual stones. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. They hadn't expected such a remarkable item to kick off the auction. If this was the appetizer, they couldn't help but wonder how extraordinary the subsequent items would be. I bid 10 million spiritual stones. 10,010,000 spiritual stones. I'll bid 10,100,000 spiritual stones. The audience immediately engaged in a bidding war, and eventually, a plump, extravagantly dressed man emerged as the winning bidder. His face beamed with satisfaction as he looked toward De Wuxiu on the stage, his gaze tinged with a hint of lecherous intent. De Wuxiu paid no heed to these matters, instead, she observed as the second item was brought to the stage and continued, "It appears that everyone is quite enthusiastic. I now present the second item of our auction, vast fish sword, a lower sky-grade spiritual weapon. The bidding starts at 5 million spiritual stones. Let the bidding begin." Bids resounded once more, with attendees eagerly raising their hands. They were more than willing to spend their spiritual stones generously, considering the imminent tournament. Most of the audience members were participants in the upcoming tournament, and they understood hoarding a few extra spiritual stones at this point was less valuable than obtaining items that could improve their chances of survival and cultivation. Over the following moments, the auction continued with a flurry of bids on items that captured the audience's interest. Most of the items on display were of sky-grade quality, ranging from various types of spiritual pills, spiritual equipment, spiritual talismans, spiritual arrays, spiritual beasts, to spiritual medicine. Every item that had been meticulously collected by merchants found a new owner in this auction. Even De Wuxiu, a cognizance realm cultivator, began to feel a hint of weariness as drops of fragrant sweat formed on her forehead. However, far from diminishing the fervor of the bidding, it only seemed to intensify the competition. Murong Lin observed the surrounding crowd, noting that even Xiao Dong had successfully acquired an item that he found worthy of devouring. Several individuals in the private rooms above them had also made substantial purchases. In a plotline that came straight out of a novel, when Xiao Dong decided to bid on an item, Zhou Xianzi naturally intended to thwart him by bidding against him. However, he remained unaware of the influence of the protagonist halo and ended up losing 3 spiritual crystals in the process. With a scowl directed at Xiaodong below and at Luo Miao Miao in his embrace, Zhou Xianzai muttered in annoyance, "This wretched couple is truly..." Sensing his older brother's disapproving gaze from beside him, he promptly sealed his lips. Zhou Xiantong glanced at his younger brother, then turned his attention to Xiaodong beneath them. In a dispassionate tone, he remarked, "This is not the time to be upset. You can kill him however you please once you enter the hidden realm." Zhou Xianzai quickly nodded in agreement, saying, "I understand, big brother." He withdrew his glare from Xiaodong and refocused on the ongoing auction. They were seated in a private room, facing a large screen that displayed the auction proceedings perfectly. The adjacent rooms were also private, hovering in the air, and their occupants were all formidable competitors. The upcoming Great Nanya Wanguo tournament was known to be exceptionally intense. Not only were there numerous participants with spiritual physiques and bloodlines, but even the leaders of the 10 great sects were making appearances. Tomorrow promised to be a day of fierce battles. A spark of excitement gleamed in Zhou Xiantong's eyes. With his heaven thunder manifestation physique, he was ideally suited to study the thunder arts of the Dragon Tiger Hall. Now, he needed to push his strength to its utmost limits to perform impressively in front of the sect leader, the heavenly master of the Dragon Tiger Hall. If he succeeded, he might even have a shot at becoming the sect leader's direct disciple. In truth, many others harbored similar aspirations. Throughout this auction, not a single item went unbidded, thanks to the alluring influence of De Wushu. The deacons of the 10 great sects were eagerly counting their profits from this auction. Up next are the 10 most significant items up for auction. Don't even blink, everyone. Chapter 143, A Steal. De Wuhuo stood on the stage with a bewitching expression, further stoking the audience's desire to spend lavishly. Their eyes remained fixed on the 10 items being brought onto the stage, and cheers soon erupted throughout the crowd. Even those seated in the private rooms couldn't contain their excitement. They hastily rose from their seats and rushed to their screens to watch the proceedings. De Wuhuo gracefully glided to the center of the 10 items, and with a wave of her hand, she removed the curtain covering them, unveiling the items that exuded a potent aura. That's the lower barren grade white shrine Dao fruit. Consuming it can enhance one's understanding of the intent realm and potentially aid in the awakening of an abhij. Look at the Chi Sky Thunder Sword. It's a lower barren grade spiritual equipment with the thunder attribute. The Snow Dragon's Descent Talisman, the Catastrophe Array, and even the Lost Spiritual Array. So many incredible items, and all in the lower barren grade. The crowd became increasingly animated, with intermittent cheers punctuating the air. Almost everyone was contemplating whether to make a bid for these items, but in reality, most of them couldn't afford such extravagances. De Wuhuo stood on the stage with a slight upturn of her lips, observing the millions of people in the audience displaying intense and covetous eyes. She clapped her hands together and announced, "Let us commence the bidding with the first item, the Divine Protection Light Armor, a lower sky-grade spiritual equipment designed to safeguard its user in battle." She playfully fluttered her eyelids while channeling her spiritual power into the Divine Protection Light Armor, causing its brilliance and aura to surge in all directions. The crowd's attention was immediately captivated, and even those with weaker cultivations began to contemplate whether to purchase this item to ensure their safety. The bidding starts at 10 spiritual crystals. The minimum increment must be more than 100,000 spiritual stones. The bidding begins now. De Wuhuo's voice was crystal clear, reminiscent of wind chimes. Murong Lin sat calmly, occasionally glancing at Xiaodong. He remained in his seat, observing the proceedings. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Meanwhile, Shi Jimi and Sun Qiaolong, who sat beside him, watched with envy as individuals in the crowd confidently raised the price. "I bid 11 spiritual crystals," declared a pale man floating in the air. His frail appearance gave the impression of physical weakness. "I bid 12 spiritual crystals. I am the Crown Prince of Tianlang, and I kindly request that you all show me some respect." declared a robust man with a round face. Those interested in acquiring the divine protection light armor were undoubtedly individuals who feared for their lives, but they were also unquestionably wealthy and powerful. While Tianlang was considered a sizable nation, the crown prince who was a mere cognizance realm cultivator was clearly looked down upon in this place. A snarky voice retorted, "Who are you to ask for our respect?" The crowd turned to the source of the voice, including the crown prince of Tianlang, who bristled with anger. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of embarrassment as he hesitated to respond. The speaker bore an icy countenance, a burly man with an exceptionally smooth and fair appearance that gave him the air of a figure carved from ice. He was none other than Yu Longteng, a practitioner of the Ice Abhij and a formidable Abhij realm cultivator. Standing proudly in a private room with his arms crossed, he gazed at Diwu Huo on the stage, briefly suppressing a flicker of desire in his eyes. He then announced, "I'll bid 15 spiritual crystals." He had instantly raised the price by 3 spiritual crystals, equivalent to 3 million spiritual stones, sending shockwaves through the crowd. They gaped at him in amazement. Wow! His Highness Yu is incredibly bold. He raised the price by 25% immediately. Hehe, it's quite clear, isn't it? Yu Longteng is obviously taken with Diwu Guo. A beauty and a hero, what a match made in heaven. Amused or astonished expressions flickered across the faces of the spectators as they exchanged comments. Ultimately, the divine protection light armor was acquired by Yu Longteng for 16 spiritual crystals. The second item then took center stage, a lower barren grade white shrine Dao fruit, which held strong appeal for most Abhij realm cultivators. The crowd drove the price higher once more, and it was eventually sold to a formidable Abhij realm cultivator who wore a mask, evidently concealing his appearance and aura. The spectators resumed their discussions, noting the substantial number of Abhij realm cultivators present. Typically, the Great Nanyuanguo tournament would have fewer than 10 Abhij realm prodigies, even including those in the top 10 rankings. However, this time, the known Abhij realm cultivators had already surpassed 10, and when considering those who hid their identities, there might be as many as 30 Abhij realm cultivators participating in the competition. Murong Lin casually observed the man who had acquired the white shrine Dao fruit but remained largely indifferent. Most of the items presented on stage held little interest for him. While some items could enhance his strength, most of them required an extended period of use to show their efficacy. Anything that could provide a significant short-term boost in power had already been purchased by the influential forces long before the auction. Murong Lin's sharp observation extended to Xiao Dong, who displayed a clear and intense interest in one of the items on the auction stage. "Oh, really? In that case, I absolutely must not let you have it." Even though Xiao Dong didn't draw too much attention to himself, Murong Lin's lifelessness law allowed him to comprehend most aspects of human behavior. At this moment, Xiao Dong had yet to make a move, and he didn't mind letting Xiao Dong take the initiative. The auction proceeded, with Diwu Huo presenting an item that resembled a crystal. She introduced it to the crowd, saying, "This is the 6th item up for bidding, the lower barren grade Black Lion Essence Rock. I'm sure you all understand the purpose of this item. It greatly enhances the toughness of one's flesh, making it an excellent choice for increasing personal safety." Xiao Dong leapt up in excitement, taking Luo Miao Miao by surprise as she nestled in his embrace. Sending an apologetic glance her way, Xiao Dong thought to himself, "Black Lion Essence Rock? It's clearly the Black Lion King Essence Pill, and it's even a higher barren grade item." His eyes reddened as he fixated his gaze on the Black Lion Essence Rock displayed on the stage. Through his devournement ability, he had already sensed something amiss with this item. While he didn't think too deeply about it at first, he now believed it was an exceptional opportunity. Xiao Dong rubbed his hands together and eagerly grabbed his ring of holding as he eagerly waited for Diwu Huo to start the bidding. Murong Lin, observing Xiao Dong's peculiar behavior, found it rather amusing. However, he also noticed the keen interest in the item from several individuals in the crowd. Despite their lack of knowledge about its true value, their desire for it remained strong. After all, cultivators who specialized in enhancing their physical bodies were relatively rare. De Wu Huo initiated the bidding, announcing, "Well, begin the bidding at 10 spiritual crystals. The minimum increment must be no less than 1 million spiritual stones each time. Bidding starts now." Covering her mouth with her hand and her eyes twinkling, De Wu Huo exuded a mysterious and graceful aura, further captivating the audience. "I'll bid 11 spiritual crystals!" cried a physical arts cultivator, his excitement clearly visible. However, wealth was not in short supply in this world. The price quickly escalated, causing him to slump back into his seat with a pallid complexion. Even Abhij realm cultivators raised their hands to bid, and voices from the private rooms floating above added to the clamor. At that moment, Xiao Dong made his move. 20 spiritual crystals! He shouted. He had never been short of money, and since leaving his hometown, he had used his devournement ability to steal numerous fortuitous encounters. After all, this ability alone allowed him to dominate the stone betting arena. Coupled with the profits he had made from sweeping through Heaven Marshal City in recent days, even after losing several items to Murong Lin, he was still able to make a significant profit. 20 spiritual crystals were equivalent to roughly 2 ordinary lower Baron grade spiritual items. Chapter 144, Expose. Xiao Dong's swift increase in the bid price caught the attention of the crowd. With his striking appearance and confident demeanor, he became the subject of discussion among onlookers. Who is that? Why did he raise the price by 5 crystal stones so suddenly? That's Xiao Dong. He's gained some fame in the stone betting arena, but it doesn't seem like he's a physical arts cultivator. I'm not sure, but maybe there is some hidden mystery in this Black Lion Essence rock. How could that be? Didn't the 10 great sects themselves state that it's just an ordinary Black Lion Essence rock? Xiao Dong basked in his confidence, realizing that there were not many people willing to compete with him. After all, the current price he offered for the Black Lion Essence rock exceeded its actual worth. Those who had such funds would likely prefer to spend them on 2 lower Baron grade spiritual items to strengthen their physical bodies. There were individuals who harbored grudges against Xiao Dong, and they weren't inclined to allow him to obtain the coveted item so easily. However, the memory of Zhou Xianzi's previous losses was still fresh in their minds, and this deterred them from taking the risk in this bidding war. De Wu Huo gave a subtle nod and cast a peculiar glance at Xiao Dong, but she quickly averted her gaze when she noticed Luo Miao Miao sitting beside him. Just as she was about to declare Xiao Dong as the successful bidder, another voice disrupted the proceedings. "I'll bid 25 spiritual crystals." The crowd swiftly turned their attention to the source of the voice, discovering a young man in green attire seated on the platform, casually sipping tea. Even Shi Jimi, seated beside him, gazed at Murong Lin in astonishment. It was indeed surprising that such an unassuming-looking young man was willing to stake 25 spiritual crystals in competition for this item. Xiao Dong's expression underwent a subtle shift as he turned to observe Murong Lin. Not recognizing Murong Lin, he surmised that there was no prior animosity between them. Then, could Murong Lin's sudden increase in the bid mean that he had also detected something unusual about the Black Lion Essence rock? Murong Lin took a leisurely sip of tea as he addressed Xiao Dong, his voice calm and deliberate. "Brother Xiao, this is the higher Baron grade Black Lion King Essence pill. You can't seriously believe you can acquire it at such a low price." In truth, Xiao Dong would have resorted to the same tactic had he failed to outbid Murong Lin and would have revealed the genuine value of this item. Recognizing this, Murong Lin seized the opportunity to preemptively disclose the truth, effectively blocking Xiao Dong's path and leaving him in a precarious situation. As anticipated, the moment the crowd heard Murong Lin's revelation, shock washed over their faces. The higher Baron grade? The Black Lion King Essence pill? The audience erupted in discussion, and even the private rooms suspended above reverberated with chatter. What? The Black Lion King Essence pill? Is it truly a higher Baron grade spiritual item? It certainly seems that way. No wonder Xiao Dong was acting so strangely, offering such a high bid for this item. I had my suspicions about this item's authenticity. So it's the Black Lion King Essence Pill, not the Black Lion Essence Rock. You liar! The crowd fixated their attention on the item displayed on the stage, their expressions undergoing a dramatic transformation. The higher Baron grade. It was as rare as lower Baron grade spiritual items, if not rarer. Typically, influential forces swiftly snapped up such items as soon as they were unveiled. For ordinary individuals like those present, encountering a higher Baron grade item was an unprecedented event. Several figures materialized on the stage, and Murong Lin could sense that the Abhij realm cultivators he had detected earlier had also instantaneously arrived, carefully scrutinizing the Black Lion King Essence Pill before them. Even to them, this item held substantial value. Items of the higher Baron grade were more than 100 times more valuable than their lower Baron grade counterparts. This implied that the Black Lion King Essence Pill was worth well over 1,000 spiritual crystals. An elderly figure shrouded in a grey cloak stroked his beard, nearly pulling it off in his excitement. He declared, "This is indeed the higher Baron grade Black Lion King Essence Pill, and it's a substantial piece at that. It's larger than 6 regular Black Lion King Essence rocks combined. 6 pieces. That meant this item was worth close to 10,000 spiritual crystals." The excitement in the room was palpable as everyone fixed their gaze on the Black Lion King Essence Pill. Its smaller size, typically a fifth of the regular Black Lion Essence stones, had initially deceived the appraisers. A subtle smile played on Murong Lin's lips. He understood the immense desirability of the Black Lion King Essence Pill. Having thoroughly examined the item through the system window, he recognized the critical differences between the two. The Black Lion Essence Rock merely enhanced the toughness of one's physical body, while the Black Lion King Essence Pill had the ability to elevate an individual's physical toughness to the Abhij realm level. It was worth noting that Abhij realm cultivators could traverse through space directly. The extent of physical fortitude required for such feats was self-evident. Even Abhij realm cultivators who refined this item could significantly extend the distances they could travel through space. Several Abhij realm managers began discussing matters among themselves on the stage before teleporting to seats nearby. Their expressions remained unchanged as they instructed, "Wu Huo. Divide this item into 6 parts and commence the bidding." The audience, however, saw through their intentions. They inwardly lamented, "Do you old fellows genuinely think we don't know what you're up to? You're hoping to engage us in a bidding war, but do you truly believe that any of us can compete with your vast wealth?" Dismal cries echoed through the crowd, and individuals in the private rooms whispered helplessly to one another, "It seems we won't be able to compete for this item." The managers had joined the bidding, and it was well within the rules. They didn't intentionally inflate the price, nor did they employ their influence to pressure others into abstaining from the competition. Zhou Xiantong observed the bidding proceedings with a subtle shift in his expression, saying, "There are only 4 managers but 2 extra items. We might still have a chance to compete for one." Zhou Xianzi glanced disdainfully at Xiao Dong and remarked, "If it weren't for that person's intervention, this item would undoubtedly have gone to Xiao Dong, allowing him to make a handsome profit." This extraordinary item bore a price tag of 10,000 spiritual crystals. Had Xiao Dong actually acquired it for a mere 20 spiritual crystals, there would have been plenty of regret in the room. Meanwhile, those who couldn't afford to participate in the bidding displayed smug expressions as they glanced at Xiao Dong, who wore a dark expression, taunting him. "Tisk tisk, you were just a hair's breadth away from a fantastic steal. Master Xiao indeed has a discerning eye. Haha, no wonder he's a stone betting expert. Pa. Seems like this guy simply has good luck." Faced with the taunts from the crowd, Xiao Dong's complexion turned pale as he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in frustration. Worried, Luo Miao Miao looked at him and grabbed onto his arm. "Brother Dong, are you okay?" Xiao Dong's expression underwent a subtle change, and he didn't push Luo Miao Miao away. He needed to maintain his composure, but that didn't stop him from cursing inwardly. What the fuck, who the hell are all of you to talk like that? I was the one who spotted this incredible opportunity. If any of you are so capable, try identifying it yourselves. And that tea-sipping fucker that's showing off, isn't raising the bid more than enough? Why did he have to make a snarky comment towards me? Now that my reputation is tarnished, he deserves nothing but death. He shot a spiteful look at Murong Lin, a glint of resentment flashing in his eyes. Murong Lin, on the other hand, paid him no mind. Engaging with such a low-level protagonist was beneath him. Instead, his gaze met with De Wuhuo's, who stood on the stage. As De Wuhuo continued to oversee the auction, her gaze remained fixed on the young man who had exposed the truth about the Black Lion King essence pill. While his act of sipping tea was quite pretentious, he undeniably exuded an air of elegance that made him seem gentle. De Wuhuo's gaze softened visibly. Congratulations to this senior for successfully purchasing the 4th Black Lion King essence pill with a bid of 1,888 spiritual crystals. Up next in the auction is the 5th piece of the Black Lion King essence pill. Chapter 145, Array Disruptor. This auction primarily catered to the participants of the upcoming Great Nanya Wanguo tournament to be held the following day. As a result, most of the attendees were the young men and women preparing to compete in the tournament. It was evident that their financial resources paled in comparison to the formidable Abhij realm cultivators. News of the valuable items on the auction stage spread rapidly, prompting more Abhij realm cultivators from the city to hasten to the scene. Their avid gaze was riveted on the 2 Black Lion King essence pills prominently displayed. An extravagantly dressed plump man slowly soared over, his excitement evident as he fixed his gaze on the Black Lion King essence pill. For someone who didn't particularly fancy cultivation, these items were exceptionally appealing. He shot a resentful look at the managers and grumbled, "Old Manhwa, you folks are truly ungracious. How could you keep such extraordinary items to yourselves?" Hui Lao Yu, the elderly man in the grey cloak, appeared rather helpless as he stared at the pig-like man before him. He replied, "Prince Nan, we didn't identify this item. We, too, were almost on the brink of losing such an item." With a hearty laugh, the plump man materialized into a private room, swiftly taking a seat beside Nan, a prodigy with awakened physical arts Abhij. Prince Nan, the younger brother of the king and Nan's uncle, listened to his account of the situation and burst into laughter. Old Man Hui, considering something, turned his attention to Xiao Dong's empty seat, realizing that he had left some time ago. He then shifted his gaze to Murong Lin, who was calmly sipping his tea and watching the proceedings, seemingly unruffled. Murong Lin, dressed in green and projecting an air of gentleness, caused Old Man Hui to furrow his brows. He muttered, "Never mind, I'll show my gratitude with some gifts later." Modesty and humility didn't particularly sit well with him. The auction continued with the 5th Black Lion King essence pill successfully acquired by Prince Nan, while the 6th piece fetched the highest price from a skilled pill refining expert. As the auction progressed, numerous Abhij and Virtuality Realm experts attended the event primarily intended for young disciples. The crowd buzzed with conversation as the next few lower Baron grade items swiftly found buyers. Zhou Xiantong managed to acquire a thunder-attributed spiritual item as he had hoped and, with his younger brother by his side, remarked as they walked away, "Let's return and focus on cultivation." Meanwhile, 2 figures observed the events in the auction from a distance. One of them let out a sigh and commented, "I didn't expect Brother Nai to be so generous," instantly revealing the truth about the Black Lion King essence pill. "You're right." These figures were none other than Wang Chuang and Bai Xiao Mo, who had disguised themselves. As they watched Murong Lin being escorted away by a servant, a tinge of envy crept into their eyes. This time, Murong Lin had assisted the Abhij realm cultivators in obtaining the items they desired, which was seen as a kind gesture. Murong Lin followed the servant until he reached the elderly man in the grey cloak. The elderly man stroked his beard and slowly broke into a smile, saying, I extend my gratitude to this junior. I am Hui Tianzhou, an outer deacon of the Moon Prayer Pagoda. Murong Lin maintained his composure as he cupped his hands and replied, Nai Wu Sheng greets Deacon Hui. Deacon Hui was already aware of Nai Wu Sheng's identity and history within Yan. He nodded slightly and continued, Us old men have decided to reward you with a lower Baron grade spiritual item as compensation for your assistance during this auction. Is there anything specific you desire? Murong Lin stood before him, his response immediate, this humble one wishes for an array disruptor. The array disruptor was a lower Baron grade spiritual item specialized in breaking arrays. However, it didn't destroy arrays but rather created an opening for the user to enter. Murong Lin was well aware that the array disruptor was a valuable asset for his venture into the Heaven Martial Hidden Realm. Deacon Hui, on the other hand, appeared to hesitate for a moment. He spoke slowly, while the array disruptor is indeed a valuable item, it requires a user with proficiency in arrays to operate. Are you certain that this is the item you desire? Deacon Hui was not particularly skilled in arrays himself, and the lower Baron grade array disruptor had come into his possession by chance. He didn't anticipate that this young man would express an interest in an item he happened to possess. Murong Lin nodded and offered a faint smile, I am well aware of the array disruptor's usage requirements, and I understand it is a valuable item. Therefore, I am willing to sweeten the deal by including the Lindsay Elixir in the trade. The Lindsay Elixir could extend one's lifespan by 50 years, making it particularly suitable for someone of Deacon Hu's advanced age. This elixir had been obtained by Murong Lin in the Heaven Martial City and was something he had no intention of using personally. Deacon Hu's face lit up with joy as he handed over the array disruptor. Very well, I will consider this as an old man taking advantage of you. With a gentle smile, Murong Lin produced a transparent bottle containing the Lindsay elixir and passed it to Deacon Hui, taking the array disruptor in return. He then used his spiritual powers to refine the item. Murong Lin glanced at Deacon Hui, who had already verified the authenticity of the Lindsay elixir by now. He expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for this exchange. I hope you have a safe journey through this tournament. The Moon Prayer Pagoda welcomes you at any time. Murong Lin returned his smile and replied, I will. He had already made up his mind to enter one of the three evil sects, and the Moon Prayer Pagoda was among his options. As he left the building, he spotted Diwu Huo approaching him from the opposite direction. She was now clad in a pink long dress, with lighter makeup compared to her previous heavy makeup. Upon spotting Murong Lin, she offered a smile and extended her right hand, saying, Hello, my name is Diwu Huo. Murong Lin, with an unusual expression, also reached out his right hand to shake hers, I am Nai Wu Sheng. Upon the contact, he became even more certain about Diwu Huo's unique spiritual physique. The distinct sensation of her bones indicated that she was different from ordinary humans. These species that resembled humans yet differed in such subtle ways were naturally the ones humans feared most. Sensing that something was amiss, Diwu Huo quickly withdrew her arm with a somewhat pale expression. She replaced her previous smile with a self-deprecating one and said, I apologize, did I startle you? Murong Lin's expression remained unchanged, and he even tilted the corners of his lips upward, what's frightening about this? It's not as if you belong to the spectre race. He pulled Diwu Huo's hand closer. Diwu Huo's complexion instantly reddened, and she spoke with an incredibly soft voice, but most people find it repulsive. Those who were once unaware of my true identity would look down on me when they discovered the truth. You shouldn't concern yourself too much with others' opinions in life, believing in yourself is enough. In my eyes, you are incredibly beautiful, although a bit too slender. You should eat more in the future. With those words, he lightly tapped Diwu Huo's shoulder with his fan and departed, leaving behind a warm smile. Diwu Huo watched Murong Lin walk away, her heart tinged with a hint of excitement. The way he looked at her was distinct from the others. It wasn't filled with admiration, greed, envy, or desire. Instead, it carried a subtle emotion. It was an emotion she had never encountered before. Could this be love? She pondered as she touched her own face, her fingers brushing over the bony structure beneath the thin layer of skin. There was no blood, no flesh in between. Meanwhile, Murong Lin was engrossed in his own thoughts. I need to win her heart to acquire her bone heart. That means I have to secure her body, Tui, I meant her feelings first. Chapter 146, Start of the Tournament. On the second day, the Grand Nanyuanguo tournament officially commenced, igniting a palpable buzz of anticipation throughout the Heaven Martial City. Virtually every inhabitant of the city hurried to an open expanse just beyond the city's limits. Some took to the skies with effortless flight, while others relied on their spiritual equipment to hasten their arrival. A shimmer of excitement and hope danced within the eyes of every single person, and some even started to imagine their boundless futures. The teeming throng, numbering in the tens of millions, poured out of the city, temporarily congesting the roads. Luckily, the vast expanse of the Heaven Martial City allowed for the smooth outflow of human traffic, with the congested roads clearing within a mere 10 minutes. Beyond the city's confines, a sprawling, human-made platform beckoned, quickly swarming with eager faces. Each individual found their own space, preparing for the tournament that lay ahead. Even the disciples from the esteemed and influential factions silently harnessed their spiritual equipment to hover gracefully in the air as they waited. Murong Lin followed discreetly in the wake of his Ridge Fur Alliance comrades, their cultivation levels easily overlooked among the surging sea of contestants. A member of the Ridge Fur Alliance, his curiosity piqued, turned to Ling Yu and inquired, with more than 10 million participants this time, can they truly transport us all into the hidden realm simultaneously? Ling Yu affirmed with unwavering confidence, indeed, they can. If not, the hidden realm wouldn't have been chosen for this tournament. The Heaven Martial Hidden Realm is colossal, rivaling the size of 10 entire nations. If you're unlucky, reaching the central palace within the hidden realm might take a minimum of half a month, and by then, you might not only miss out on fortuitous encounters but also struggle to find sustenance. Feng Zhe raised a valid concern, then, how will we stay in touch? Weren't we told that the array on the platform would teleport us randomly? As soon as the teleportation channel between the hidden realm and their world was established, all those gathered in the square would be whisked away into the depths of the Heaven Martial Hidden Realm. The Hidden Realm's strict criteria allowed only those within the Abhij realm to enter, enhancing safety but underscoring the fierce competition that awaited. The daunting 99% mortality rate was not to be taken lightly. Although the primary objective of the tournament was to rank participants based on points garnered from their hunts, thanks to some influence from the 10 great sects, one could claim all the points of a participant they had slain. Consequently, in the latter days of the month, the body count was expected to soar into the tens of thousands daily. This brutal culling was aptly referred to as the weeding. Ling Yu's gaze was solemn as he provided reassurance, once we step into the array, the teleportation is random, but it confines us to a relatively small area. As long as we enter the square together and converge within the same beam of light, we'll reappear in close proximity to one another. Remember, when the time comes, I will employ my mind control to ensure we all enter the teleportation space simultaneously. Until then, let's remain vigilant to prevent any opportunists or malicious individuals from trailing us. The impending appearance of the Heaven Martial Hidden Realm would trigger instantaneous teleportation for those on the platform. Anyone arriving later would be transported to an entirely different location. While the initial tens of thousands might not engage in combat immediately, they were likely to cross paths with those who sought to exploit or even harm others. The members of the Ridge Fur Alliance adopted a serious demeanor as they surveyed their surroundings, taking note of the presence of Murong Lin trailing them. Li Yifan and Lu Wu deliberated for a moment before rushing towards Murong Lin, suggesting, "Brother Nai, why don't we enter together later?" While Nai Wusheng seemed stronger than them, there was still greater safety in numbers. Of course, they would never admit that they were seeking protection through his prowess. Murong Lin hesitated for a moment, then responded, "Very well, let's stick together. With my cultivation in the sky-reaching realm, I can still offer some protection, at the very least. Nai Wusheng offered a faint smile as he nodded in acknowledgement of Li Yifan and Lu Wu's decision. Li Yifan's enthusiasm was evident, but Lu Wu felt an inexplicable shiver down his spine as he locked eyes with Murong Lin's strange smile. It was as if a distant memory hovered just beyond reach, teasing him with familiarity. He shook his head, stopping himself from thinking further and instead focused on trailing the Ridge Fur Alliance members as they approached the platform. The towering city walls of Heaven Marshal reached a height of 40 feet, and a few figures stood atop them. These figures were none other than the representatives of the 10 great sects, each holding the title of sect leader. However, they were mere clones of the true sect leaders, who were engrossed in their cultivation deep within their respective sects. The clones typically managed the day-to-day affairs. These clones were refined from portions of their primordial spirits, a feat only achievable by experts of the tribulation realm. This act of splitting one's primordial spirit came with a significant cost, weakening the strength of their original bodies. For the sect leaders who resided at the peak of the tribulation realm, the sacrifice involved a reduction of 1 or 2 tribulation realm layers. Their true appearances remained concealed beneath a shroud of chaotic spiritual energies, which were regarded as their unique domains. An elderly man with white hair, clad in a yin-yang dao robe, spoke in a deliberate manner. It appears that the participants in this tournament are of remarkable caliber. This generation of participants, numbering tens of millions, boasts power that surpasses their predecessors by several realms. A hulking man, his countenance stern, emitted a disdainful snort. Is that all they've got? A slender woman interjected, her tone weary. All right, what's the use of bickering? Why must the two of you always argue when you meet? An enchanting man garbed in blood-red attire chimed in, urging them forward. Exactly. If you're truly all that, then prove it with your strength and fight. A handful of them engaged in heated banter, creating a somewhat lively atmosphere for a group of individuals each surpassing a millennium in age. Finally, a diminutive childlike boy interjected, "Shut up. The Heaven Marshal Hidden Realm is about to materialize. Take this time to identify promising talents you can cultivate. I'll say it now, that young man riding the white crane belongs to us, the stupendous gate." The group erupted with protests. Come on. Aren't you jumping the gun? That guy might not even be interested in joining your stupendous gate. The elderly man in the yin-yang dao robe spoke once more. Indeed. It would be in his best interest to join our Dragon Tiger Hall. The burly man pointed at Yu Longteng, declaring, the lad who has harnessed the ice abhij is the perfect fit for our Four Seas Academy. He's got the spirit. The woman spat dismissively before adding, I've got my eyes on that K-princess, nan nan nan. The North Profound Light feet off our insouciant island is tailor-made for her physical arts abhij. The elegant man in red elegantly raised his hand and, ignoring the glare from the island leader of the insouciant island, remarked, clearly, our desolate sect is the most suitable choice for her. Don't you all agree? Old Demon King, Old Baldy? The leader of the Dark Demon Alliance, an elderly man with a frail and emaciated form, shook his head with a wistful smile. I may not know where she's best suited to join, but I do know one thing, you're in for a challenging time. The bald master of the Buddhistic cultivation temple, with a sense of pity in his voice, responded, all things are guided by the will of God. The 3 other individuals representing the remaining influential forces included the mechanical-bodied mountain leader of the 100 Cultivation Mountain, the valley leader of the 1000 Opportunity Valley, whose form was composed of his primordial spirit, and the silent pagoda leader of the Moon Prayer Pagoda. The sky was clear, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. The presence of the sect leaders perched atop the city walls was duly noted by the crowd, sparking excitement and prompting even the prodigies of the Abhij realm to emanate their auras, displaying their formidable might. Though these sect leaders were unlikely to address the participants directly, the hope of capturing their attention lingered, adding to the overall excitement of the moment. Chapter 147, Entering the hidden realm. Murong Lin observed the clones of the 10 sect leaders perched high atop the city wall, a sense of amusement creeping over him. Their seemingly friendly and harmonious coexistence stood in stark contrast to the conflict he had anticipated. He followed the Ridge Fur Alliance members, finding his place around the platform amidst a throng of individuals who sought to forge alliances. Those who occupied the platform were brimming with anticipation, fully aware that being among the first to enter the Heaven Martial Realm could yield them the opportunity to find fortuitous encounters first. With the exception of a few oblivious souls, the vast majority of participants had congregated beneath the Heaven Martial Hidden Realm. The area around this congregation was bustling with onlookers and companions of tournament contestants. They encircled the assembly, giving the entire scene the grandeur of a momentous occasion. At that instant, a figure materialized above the gathering, capturing everyone's attention. It was an immensely powerful elderly man exuding an aura more formidable than that of the virtuality realm. Clad in a Dao robe that unmistakably marked his affiliation with the Tiger Dragon Hall, the elderly man extended his arm, releasing a surge of energy that amplified his voice. As he began to speak, his words carried throughout the entire platform. All participants, heed my words. You were each provided with a token upon disembarking from your flying ships earlier. When you enter the hidden realm, remember this: every entity you defeat within that realm will be transformed into points, which shall be recorded within your tokens. Furthermore, I must reiterate, for those who are not participants in this tournament, entering the hidden realm without a token will result in instantaneous death, casting you into the unforgiving void. With that, he concluded his message and withdrew. The crowd below stirred with anticipation as they waited for the hidden realm's appearance. However, a few individuals among them experienced an abrupt shift in their expressions, descending into panic. Some even crumpled to the ground, crying out in desperation. I can't do this. I'm a fraud. Please, someone save me. I don't want to die. Please, I beg you all. I was wrong. But before they could kneel down to plead for mercy, the hidden realm materialized. The air in the sky quivered, reminiscent of the ripples that danced on the surface of water. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The ripples expanded erratically, swiftly enveloping the entire expansive platform. The Heaven Martial Hidden Realm was materializing. Formless patterns of light instantaneously shrouded the entire platform, halting their spread as if confined to a designated area. Then, the very air trembled, causing the tens of thousands of people on the platform to vanish in an instant. Even the individuals suspended in the sky disappeared abruptly, catapulted into the hidden realm. Simultaneously, those who attempted to infiltrate the hidden realm without tokens met an explosive end, denied even the chance to utter a scream before their blood was scattered on the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding crowd that numbered in the tens of thousands, grew even more fervent. Some urgently cried out, "Everyone, hurry! Enter now, or we'll fall behind." As a result, another 10,000 individuals surged onto the platform. Depending on the timing of their arrival, they were dispatched to different locations within the hidden realm. Participants with less formidable cultivation levels that had formed alliances opted to bind their divine senses together, entering the platform simultaneously to ensure that they would be transported to the same destination. Murong Lin and the Ridge Fur Alliance members followed the crowd onto the platform at a leisurely pace. This platform had the capacity to teleport more than 10,000 people per second. In a brief span, Murong Lin and his group found themselves standing at the periphery of the platform. Guided by Ling Yu's divine senses, they synchronized their steps onto the platform. As the ripples within the air shimmered, an indescribable energy swiftly engulfed Murong Lin, and his surroundings transformed. It was akin to quantum teleportation from a futuristic world, where the scenery changed before one's brain could even process the shift. More than 100 individuals materialized within a forest. Apart from the members of the Ridge Fur Alliance, there were several dozen others who had boarded the platform at the same time. Given the vast number of participants, it was inevitable that even with the teleportation occurring in just a second, they would encounter some fellow travelers. The sky-reaching realm cultivators in their group, including Ling Yu, immediately took to the skies. Though they didn't soar above the forest canopy, they could still spot individuals from a different alliance. The expressions of these newfound acquaintances swiftly altered, as they had never anticipated sharing their entry into the heaven-martial hidden realm with such slim odds. They promptly began to hasten deeper into the forest, even offering courteous farewells to Ling Yu and the others. In an instant, only the members of the Ridge Fur Alliance remained in the vicinity. After confirming the presence of all participants from the 28 countries, they commenced their reconnaissance of the surroundings. Murong Lin positioned himself at the forefront of the group, attuned to the energy emanating from his token. Though the token contained a map, it wasn't a map that would guide them to fortuitous encounters. Instead, it displayed their location within the heaven-martial hidden realm and their proximity to the central point. Ling Yu, too, was examining the map and initiated a conversation with the other sky-reaching realm experts. Our current position is in an eastern forest. Our priority is to make our way toward the central area in the west. Race the plan. As we journey there, everyone is free to hunt and accumulate points. We'll reassess the situation once we depart the forest. Murong Lin maintained his silence, drawing upon Sheng Yi's memories to recollect the potential fortuitous encounters within the forest. While Sheng Yi had been teleported to a southern location in his memories, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of the hidden realm's opportunities. Some individuals specialized in recording and selling information regarding areas where participants had discovered fortuitous encounters during previous tournaments. Coincidentally, there was a specific fortuitous encounter in this very forest that Murong Lin coveted. He glanced at the others and proposed, raise a suggestion. I'm the strongest among us, so I'll take the lead to provide us with advance warning in case we encounter danger. Ling Yu and the others exchanged glances, acknowledging that this arrangement, while allowing Murong Lin to accumulate more points, was fair given his superior strength. The group unanimously nodded in agreement with the proposed plan, and it didn't take them long to prepare before embarking on their journey. Murong Lin took to the skies, scouting ahead to assess the path. Demonic beasts in the forest weren't particularly formidable, with the strongest among them reaching only the manifestation realm. Thanks to Murong Lin's keen divine senses, he quickly detected these creatures. Employing his spiritual power, Murong Lin conjured large hands to capture the beasts and fling them behind him, offering the manifestation realm members of his group the opportunity to kill them and amass points. The group grew to greatly respect Murong Lin's strength and generosity, expressing their gratitude with cheerful shouts of his name. After all, Murong Lin alone had assisted them in defeating numerous demonic beasts. According to the token's rules, Manifestation Realm demonic beasts were valued at 1 point each, Sky-reaching Realm demonic beasts at 100 points, Cognizance Realm demonic beasts at 10,000 points, and Abhij Realm demonic beasts at 1,000,000 points each. Those surpassing the Abhij Realm, whether human or demonic beasts, were expelled from the heaven-martial realm instantly as dictated by the realm's governing laws. Despite the high mortality rate, there were still around 10,000 participants actively hunting. They recognized that if they could survive for a month and depart from this realm, they could trade the points they had amassed for valuable spiritual items from the 10 great sects. Thus, even the weak were eager to partake in the great Nanyuanguo tournament. The substantial rewards it offered made it an enticing prospect for those who lacked resources. Gradually, the group's perception of Murong Lin shifted. What had initially seemed like prideful arrogance now appeared to be genuine kindness. As a result, the trust in Murong Lin within the group significantly increased. However, this shift in perception was all part of Murong Lin's plan. Chapter 148, Trickery. As the group traversed through the forest, they covered a considerable distance. Over this time, they had successfully hunted a significant number of demonic beasts. Under Murong Lin's guidance, they discovered a water source and managed to eliminate over 100 more demonic beasts. Additionally, they were also able to collect various spiritual medicines and spiritual minerals, many of which fell within the higher earth grade and lower sky grade categories. The accomplishments continued to elevate Murong Lin's standing in the eyes of Ling Yu and the rest. At one point, Murong Lin single-handedly snapped the spines of 2 second-layer sky-reaching realm demonic beasts at the lakeside, allowing the other members to deal the finishing blows. Murong Lin explained his rationale, saying, "My strength is sufficient to amass more points in the future. I will prioritize assisting all of you and depart once I've secured a fortuitous encounter." This development played perfectly into Murong Lin's calculated plan. With his divine senses at the 6th layer of the sky-reaching realm, he scouted areas that eluded the rest of the group. As Murong Lin's divine senses noticed a particular area, a small smile crept onto his face as he promptly directed the group, "Let's go. There's something valuable over there." He surged forward with a burst of increased speed, taking everyone by surprise for a moment, but their initial astonishment soon transformed into delight. Murong Lin had previously led them to incredible discoveries, and they had learned to anticipate the exceptional worth of his findings. "Quick, follow everyone. Brother Nai has found something extraordinary again. Come on, hurry." The crowd hastened after Murong Lin and eventually reached a farmland. Stepping out from the forest's cover, they were greeted by rows of medicinal plants, their expressions bursting with elation and their smiles impossible to hide. "It's an herb field. Full of spiritual medicines. Profound swiftness seeds, descending flowers, 1,000 cotton grass. Look at all these lower sky grade spiritual medicines. And there's even a higher sky grade soul marrow stone fruit over there. Never mind the spiritual medicines. Look at those houses. There might be fortuitous encounters inside. Spiritual techniques, spiritual skills, spiritual pills, spiritual equipment." Greed overtook the expressions of the group, including the sky-reaching realm experts like Ling Yu, who couldn't conceal their excitement. They turned to Murong Lin and inquired, "Brother Nai, what's our plan now?" Recognizing that Murong Lin was the one who had initially discovered this location and that he was the group's strongest member, it was clear they couldn't simply bypass him and divide the resources among themselves. Murong Lin cast his gaze upon the herb field, assuming an air of solemnity as he declared, "I'll scout the area first and draw away any demonic beasts I encounter. Afterwards, all of you are free to take everything." His noble demeanor moved the entire group, including Lu Wu, who had harbored suspicions about him. The corners of Lu Wu's eyes turned red as he realized that, aside from his elder brother, the Willow Sword Saint, no one had ever treated him with such kindness. Murong Lin swiftly moved, materializing within the herb field as he unleashed his aura. In the following instant, several figures erupted from the ground. They were colossal locusts, their enormous bodies cloaked in crimson, bestowing upon them an ominous appearance. The auras they exuded all resided in the sky-reaching realm.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The concealed group nearby watched in shock as their expressions shifted dramatically, attempting to suppress their screams. 7 red-hued locusts at the sky-reaching realm stood before them, emanating such formidable auras that it appeared they might be beyond the 1st or 2nd layer of the sky-reaching realm. Ling Yu couldn't help but feel that just one of these locusts had the capacity to dispatch them with ease. Worry for Murong Lin consumed their thoughts. The 7 locusts, which appeared to lack intelligence, didn't deter Murong Lin. He shouted without a hint of worry, "I'll lead them away. Hurry and seize everything." His composed tone only further solidified the group's respect for him, surpassing the regard they held for anyone else. With a swift flicker of his silhouette, Murong Lin darted in the opposite direction with the 7 red-hued locusts in hot pursuit behind him, their sharp wings beating rapidly. Murong Lin harbored no fear, considering that these locusts were the blood-bat locusts contained within his spirit familiar bag. He had secretly released them earlier, instructing them to eliminate the demonic beasts guarding the herb field, assume their roles, and mimic the behavior of these creatures in this area. Their performance was executed flawlessly, successfully deceiving everyone. With Murong Lin and the blood bat locusts a distance away, Ling Yu and the others immediately dashed into the herb field to begin gathering the spiritual medicines. Hurry! Gather the higher sky-grade spiritual medicines first, well give them to Brother Nai later. Don't forget that patch of lower sky-grade herbs, they'll help us bolster our strength. Could a few of you go check out those houses? There probably aren't any more demonic beasts there. Brother, come quickly. There are some jade tablets here, and a few pieces of spiritual equipment too. The crowd showed no inkling of suspicion concerning the pristine condition of the spiritual medicines despite the presence of demonic beasts, courtesy of Murong Lin and the blood bat locust's seamless performance. They enthusiastically gathered the herbs and stripped the houses of their contents before returning to their initial positions. However, shortly afterwards, they heard sounds in the air and turned their attention to the source, brimming with anticipation. To their dismay, the source was a group of 5 blood-red locusts. Murong Lin was nowhere to be found. Only demonic beasts. Brother Nai Ling Yu's voice quivered as he gazed at the 5 frenzied, blood-red locusts soaring through the air above the herb field. What had happened to Mr. Nai? Had something happened to him? Based on the appearance of the 5 locusts, it wasn't hard to deduce that they had recently engaged in a fierce battle. Had they chased Brother Nai, fought against him, lost 2 of their companions in the process, and then killed him? No. Impossible. It had to be impossible. The crowd's eyes glistened with tears, and a few emotionally sensitive individuals even broke down into sobs. With clenched fists, they glared fiercely at the blood-red locusts. After circling the sky above the herb field a few times, the locusts departed for an unknown destination. Nonetheless, Ling Yu and the others continued to fixate their hateful gazes on the departing locusts. Feng Zhe knelt on the ground, his fist driving into the earth to form a sizable crater. Remembering how Murong Lin had led the way and provided them with opportunities to accumulate points, he clenched his teeth and shouted with eyes brimming with redness, "I must kill those demonic beasts." However, at that moment, a voice reached their ears, inquiring, "Which demonic beasts do you intend to kill?" Hearing this voice, the crowd almost believed they were dreaming. They turned toward its source, their faces alight with joy. Some individuals even began to cry as they smiled, slowly making their way toward Murong Lin to embrace him. Murong Lin approached them slowly, his body marred by blood and appearing gravely injured. Ling Yu and the rest promptly presented the spiritual medicines they had acquired in the herb field to him, inquiring, "Will these be of any use to you?" They hadn't been able to identify all the spiritual medicines they'd found, so they offered them all to Murong Lin, uncertain of their significance. Murong Lin's expression shifted slightly as he declined their offer. "These resources belong to everyone, and they should be divided fairly. My injuries aren't too severe, and I'll recover with a night's rest." "It's all right." Regardless of how much the group attempted to persuade him, he steadfastly refused the spiritual medicines, further increasing their admiration for him. "Brother Nai is truly blessed by the gods," the group exclaimed, their praise resounding throughout. Following Murong Lin's suggestion, they distributed the items evenly. The higher sky-grade spiritual medicines were divided among the sky-reaching realm cultivators. After further persuading, Murong Lin reluctantly accepted one higher sky-grade spiritual medicine. The group's collective gaze fixated on Murong Lin, as if they had all acknowledged him as their leader. Concealing a smirk, Murong Lin feigned concern and said, "It appears that the sky is growing darker. Let's find a place to rest for the night. I have a tent spiritual equipment with me." In agreement with his proposal, the group began searching for a suitable resting spot. Chapter 149, The Palace and the Hologram. As the sky darkened and the reddish glow of the setting sun vanished over the horizon, darkness enveloped the hidden realm. The moon didn't exist in this place, and there were no stars to be seen. Apart from the illumination provided by flames created through a person's spiritual powers, there was no other source of light. Fortunately, Murong Lin had led the group to a suitable resting area well in advance, long before nightfall. Each person had their own spiritual equipment for resting, including tents and sleeping bags, which they quickly set up. Some individuals began refining the spiritual medicines they had collected during the day, their expressions filled with excitement as they worked to enhance their strength. Others were busy organizing the jade tablets they had acquired, studying the spiritual techniques they had all copied. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. The rest focused on refining the spiritual equipment they had obtained. Of course, a few women with appealing appearances deliberately sat in front of Murong Lin, sending him subtle signals. They were trying to invite him to spend the night with them. Murong Lin firmly rejected the advances of the women, saying, "It's quite late now, and we've all eaten. We should rest." Spiritual arrays had been set up in their vicinity, and with the manifestation realm cultivators tasked with a vigilant night watch schedule, the group was ensured a peaceful night's sleep. After concluding his words, Murong Lin retreated to his tent and went to sleep. Rather than being angered by his rejection, the women displayed expressions of respect and admiration. They stared at his retreating figure with amazement, remarking, "Mr. Nai is a true man." The people around them returned to their respective resting spots, sleeping with peace of mind. The night passed quietly, and the following 2 days were much like the first. Guided by Murong Lin's capable leadership, they reaped remarkable rewards that far surpassed their initial expectations. This not only deepened their admiration for Murong Lin but also instilled blind trust in his every command. They would willingly follow his lead, even if it meant charging into the path of a formidable cognizance realm demonic beast, believing without a doubt that Murong Lin would come to their rescue when needed. On the 3rd day of their journey, they reached a cemetery and began their search for hidden treasures buried beneath the ground. It didn't take long for the entire group to meticulously explore the site before gathering around Murong Lin. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Brother Nai! There's a hidden passage here. It appears to be connected to something beneath the earth." The crowd swiftly turned their attention to the one who had made the discovery, while Murong Lin hurried over to his side. Before them, a weathered grave with a broken gravestone unveiled a concealed tunnel beneath. Murong Lin carefully examined the passage, his surprise concealed beneath a composed demeanor. "There are no mechanisms below us, my divine senses indicate that this might lead to a palace." "A palace?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, but their expressions quickly shifted to excitement. Palaces were often associated with treasures, and a palace concealed beneath a graveyard was undeniably a strange discovery. They excitedly turned to Murong Lin, who wore an eager expression as he continued, "There must be fortuitous encounters waiting for us below. I'll lead the way into the tunnel, and all of you can follow behind me." "Yes," they replied in unison, their unwavering trust in Murong Lin evident in their expressions. Even the person who had initially discovered the tunnel didn't realize the subtle influence that had led him to uncover this hidden passage. As a group, they followed Murong Lin into the subterranean palace, their anticipation growing with each step. The secret passage turned out to be relatively short, stretching only about half a li. After a series of twists and turns, they finally reached the palace's entrance. Before them lay a grand palace hall, and the expressions of the group were a mix of excitement and anticipation. Their excitement was well-founded as the floor was littered with heaps of valuable resources. There were mountains of spiritual stones and crystals, various spiritual minerals and equipment, sealed spiritual medicines and pills, and even the very bricks beneath their feet appeared to be crafted from highly precious materials. An intricate spiritual array was etched into the ground, its purpose still a mystery to them. Eager to claim these treasures, the group began moving forward, but just as they were about to reach out and gather the wealth before them, a human figure abruptly materialized in their midst. This figure was a hologram, shrouded in darkness. Its form resembled that of a human, yet no one dared to make a move, uncertain of its true power. The hologram hovered in the air, exuding a mysterious aura. In a flash, the entire group retreated to Murong Lin's side, their wariness evident as they fixated their gaze on this projection. Then, the hologram began to speak in a slow and deliberate tone, "I welcome all of you to this old man's palace. Everything you see here is my hidden treasures, and you are all free to take as you please. However, there is one condition you must fulfill." Slightly taken aback, the group exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of how to proceed. Their collective gaze eventually settled on Murong Lin, seeking guidance. Murong Lin cast a comforting glance at the group before stepping forward to face the hologram directly. With a respectful tone, he inquired, "May I ask, Senior, what happens if we are unwilling to fulfill your condition?" The figure, initially stunned, swiftly responded in anger, "Then, all of you shall meet your demise." The group's expression shifted dramatically as they noticed the hologram wavering before Murong Lin. He quickly retreated to the group's side and shouted, "This hologram appears to be in the cognizance realm at the very least. I am not a match for it." The group, however, sought to console him, "You're not to blame, Brother Nai. We can't hold you responsible for this." "That's right, you didn't discover this place, it's our responsibility. Let's hear what it has to say first." Unwilling to give up, the group kept their attention on the hologram as it continued, "Have you all noticed the array inscribed into the ground? I require that the person you trust most sit in the very center, with everyone else seated around them. I will then test your faith. If every one of you has absolute, unwavering trust in the individual in the center, then you will all pass this test and be granted access to my treasures. If you do not, then the person seated in the very center will self-implode and perish. Subsequently, the next person will take their place and sit in the center." The group's expressions shifted from trepidation to relief as they realized that this array was not a lethal trap but a test of trust. They began to imagine that the hologram might have experienced betrayal by its friends in the past, prompting it to set up this array to find individuals who had unwavering faith in one another. Turning to Murong Lin with smiles, they said, "Brother Nai, it appears that you are the most suitable candidate to sit in the center." Murong Lin's expression had returned to one of composure, and he feigned modesty as he responded, "Very well, then. I will humbly accept this honor." With that, Murong Lin took his place in the central position, and the over 100 members of the group gathered around him. Murong Lin discreetly played with a piece of spiritual equipment in his hands as he glanced at the group. With a subtle nod, he asked, "Shall we begin?" With everyone seated around Murong Lin, the scene before them transformed, testing their trust in Murong Lin. Some found themselves on an endless sea after surviving a shipwreck, and their first thought was of Murong Lin. Others faced an enormous demonic beast that they had no hope of defeating, and their minds also turned to Murong Lin for help. A few witnessed their entire families brutally murdered, and though all evidence pointed to Murong Lin as the culprit, they chose to trust in him, eventually unveiling the true wrongdoer. Simultaneously, the holographic figure approached Murong Lin with a smile and asked, "Junior, this old man has another option for you. Would you like to hear it?" Chapter 150, Heavenly Demons Scrutiny Array. As the array sprang into action, everyone except Murong Lin, who occupied the central position, found themselves enveloped in beams of light that were difficult to describe accurately. If one were to attempt to characterize this light, one would have to resort to the term a colorful black. The group's bodies were bathed in this unique light, their expressions reflecting a struggle. But at the same time, it seemed as though they were on the brink of breaking free. As their expressions changed gradually, Murong Lin sensed their growing trust in him taking on a tangible form, connecting him to each member of the group. One by one, the circle of individuals linked themselves to him. He could feel their trust, and a subtle smile began to tug at the corners of his lips. Just then, the hologram floated toward him, seemingly unaffected by the array's effects. His true appearance was entirely revealed to Murong Lin. However, his face was a perfect mirror of Murong Lin's own. Murong Lin, who had concealed his identity by assuming the face of Nai Wusheng, a non-existent person, was now confronted with this hologram bearing his very likeness. A mysterious smile graced the hologram's features, while the dark shroud surrounding him quivered in uncontrollable anticipation. "Junior, this old man has another option for you. Would you like to hear it?" Despite the hologram's mesmerizing tone that reverberated in his ears, Murong Lin remained unfazed. He fixated his gaze upon the hologram, his own expression devoid of emotion, then shifted his attention back to the group seated within the array. Nearly half of those present had placed their trust in Murong Lin, signifying their success in overcoming the array's initial trial. Yet, this was only the first step. The hologram, assuming the appearance of Nai Wusheng, continued, "Before you hastily dismiss my proposal, allow me to reveal the tremendous reward it carries. Should you possess the resolve, I can help you increase your strength successfully without any side effects. The price, however, will be these very individuals gathered here. As long as mutual trust exists between you and them, you can eliminate them all and ascend to the Abhij realm. How about it? Have you reached a decision?" The hologram circled Murong Lin with relentless determination, its beguiling tone transforming into formless attacks that attempted to breach the fortress of Murong Lin's inner defenses. It persisted in its relentless chatter, trying to tempt Murong Lin. But Murong Lin remained steadfast, impervious to the hologram's distractions. His unwavering focus was reserved for the individuals seated within the array. As time passed, a palpable frustration seemed to overtake the hologram. Abruptly, it shot toward Murong Lin, unleashing a furious roar while pointing an accusatory finger. "I am you, and you are I. Do you truly believe I'm attempting to deceive you? I am nothing more than a manifestation of your innermost thoughts. What I speak now are your true feelings." The hologram's nonsensical words nearly provoked laughter from Murong Lin. With an air of amusement, he allowed his appearance to undergo a profound transformation. The flesh and muscles on his face contorted and shifted, unveiling his authentic appearance. The hologram, bewildered, regarded the young man before him. His elegant aura and appearance had undergone an instantaneous transformation, leaving the hologram at a loss for words. It opened its mouth as if to speak but ultimately remained silent as its own face underwent a dramatic shift. Murong Lin gradually revealed a smile. "What's the matter? Aren't you me? How could you forget my true appearance?" Murong Lin was well aware that the hologram before him was no more than a primordial spirit clone, severed from its original body long ago, and ensnared within the confines of the heaven-martial hidden realm for an extensive period. Over the years, countless individuals had been beguiled, tempted, or coerced into entering this array by this hologram every time they ventured into the hidden realm. On one hand, the hologram claimed to require the person most trusted by the group to occupy the central position within the array in order to break this array. Yet, on the other hand, it dangled the temptation of eliminating the others to gain a stroke of fortune before the one seated in the center. In truth, any hint of distrust among the group toward the central individual or a desire to harm them would result in instant death for that unfortunate soul. Once the central figure was lost, the array would swiftly consume the remaining participants, converting them into energy. Only after 15 years would someone finally possess the means to break the array and reap an extremely fortuitous encounter from it. What exactly the individual had done remained shrouded in mystery, but their revelation of this event ultimately sent shockwaves across the entire continent. With the knowledge gleaned from Sheng Yi's memories, Murong Lin was swift to make a decision. He had come to this place with the sole intent of seizing the fortuitous encounter for himself. The intricate array etched into the ground was, in fact, a higher barren grade array known as the Heavenly Demon's Scrutiny Array. The mere mention of the words Heavenly Demon within the array's name left little doubt that this intricate array had been crafted by the ancient Dao Heavenly Demon. The hologram before him was none other than a clone of the ancient Dao Heavenly Demon, a formidable cognizance realm cultivator. The hologram's shifting face eventually settled into the visage of a middle-aged man, reflecting the appearance of the clone forged from the ancient Dao Heavenly Demon's primordial spirit during his younger days. It was precisely due to its weak strength that it had been able to survive within the heaven-martial hidden realm. An inaudible sigh passed through his lips, and before the middle-aged man could utter a word, Murong Lin broke the silence. Ancient Dao Heavenly Demon, you seem a bit weak. How about you entrust me with your memories, and I'll assist you in eliminating a few individuals, allowing you to consume their primordial spirits? The middle-aged man appeared taken aback for a moment, his expression a blend of surprise and trepidation. He had no inkling as to how this young man, clearly not yet 20 years old, had deduced his true identity. Furthermore, he had no knowledge of the depths of knowledge and cunning that lay within the individual confronting him. What do you mean? I mean precisely what I said. Do you honestly believe I'm a paragon of righteousness, dedicated to the eradication of all things demonic? Murong Lin tilted his head, a faint smile playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze upon the hologram of the ancient Dao Heavenly Demon. The hologram's expression seemed to waver, a subtle hint of bewilderment creeping in as it regarded Murong Lin, who had completely released his aura into their surroundings by now. The young man, who had initially appeared gentle and carried himself like a refined young master with a fan, had transformed. His countenance now bore an icy demeanor, and he gazed upon the hologram with an air of mockery. For a brief moment, the ancient Dao Heavenly Demon's hologram found itself at a loss for words. He had come to realize that the person standing before him was privy to the secrets of this place and was aware of the array long before. More importantly, Murong Lin's unwavering trust in himself was abundantly clear. The ancient Dao Heavenly Demon's hologram shifted his gaze toward the other individuals seated within the array, keenly awaiting any sign of mistrust or doubt that could trigger the array's deadly mechanisms against Murong Lin. In his current weakened state, the hologram dared not take direct action, especially when Murong Lin had unleashed his aura, signifying his formidable sixth-layer cognizance realm strength. While the hologram once possessed the power of the peak of the cognizance realm, it had significantly weakened over the years and its true strength now lingered below that realm. Currently, even a sky-reaching realm cultivator could kill him. Thus, he could only rely on his formidable aura, which still retained the strength of the peak of the cognizance realm, to intimidate others. However, what he anticipated did not happen. The individuals within the array bore expressions that radiated unwavering faith in Murong Lin. It was as if they believed that with him in their midst, no harm could befall them. Their trust in him was absolute, and in this moment, Murong Lin harnessed their collective faith to exert complete dominance over the array. A glimmer of joyful surprise danced in Murong Lin's eyes as he sat on the ground, his hands gracefully executing a ritual gesture. With each movement, he initiated a reversal of the array's circulation. That's right, the reversal of the array's circulation. As the array's mechanisms began to reverse, radiant beams of light emanated from the bodies of all those present, except for Murong Lin. These beams of light swiftly converged and soared toward him. Murong Lin closed his eyes and savored the moment, a contented smile playing upon his lips. Meanwhile, the ancient Dao Heavenly Demon watched in abject horror as Murong Lin wrested control of the array, causing the instantaneous demise of all those trapped within.